Chapter 136. Tell me. Hualang's roar shook the sky. His face was ferocious and terrifying. He grabbed another disciple from the ground, and the ferocious look in his eyes scared him unconscious. Trash! Tell me who just came here. Hualang had followed the aura in the mountain stream all the way here. He did not expect that there would be so many sect disciples here. Of course! How could he not see the divine light in Sunset Mountain? However, this was the Ling people's territory. If he dared to touch it, he would definitely die. Therefore, Hualang had only wanted to leave this place after obtaining the spiritual fruit of Tao. Who would have thought that after waiting for 5 years, the fruit would be stolen just as it was about to ripen? His gaze slowly swept across the crowd and finally stopped on Ling Xiao. Damn, there really was someone from the Ling people here, and he was the descendant of the Ling people. However, even if he had really stolen the fruit, he would not dare to act rashly. However, if he left just like that, the anger in his heart would not be quelled. If you don't tell me, I will kill all of you hypocritical humans. Boom! A terrifying demonic flame descended from the sky, instantly burning a few sect disciples to ashes. However, Hualang was not stupid. He killed the disciples of the small sects to vent the anger in his heart. Otherwise, if he provoked someone he should not provoke, there would be no place for him in the vast Eastern Territory. Damn it, which bastard stole this fierce demon's spirit fruit? I don't know. Damn it, if I find out, I will definitely kill him. What a sin! He has implicated us and killed us. Damn it, you dare to steal it, but don't dare to admit it? If you have the ability, you should take responsibility for what you did. Countless angry curses resounded in the air. Many sect disciples had already used all their strength to escape into the distant forest. However, before those people could escape very far, they were captured by the fire wolf and torn to shreds in front of everyone's eyes. Lin, she hid behind the crowd, his eyes full of thoughts. If he stood out now and identified Ling Xiao, would it be too obvious? He should wait a little longer. However, at this moment, the fire wolf's gaze suddenly landed on him. Damn it! Lin Xi's legs trembled as he gritted his teeth. Regardless of whether it was Ling Xiao or not, Hualang would not dare to attack the successor of the Ling people. When the time came, he would naturally retreat. As for Ling Xiao, in any case, he had already offended him thoroughly. It wouldn't be a big deal to offend him again. The enmity of stealing his wife was absolutely irreconcilable. Looks like that fire wolf wants to attack Brother Lin. Oh, wasn't he the last one to arrive here? Ling Xiao suddenly sighed and looked at Nian Qingyan with a solemn expression. Whether you admit it or not, you are now my fiancé. Since he saved your life, I will return the favor. With that, Ling Xiao suddenly lifted his foot and walked towards the fire wolf. Look, it's Ling people's Gongzi Ling Xiao. What is he trying to do? Did he steal the spirit fruit? Are you an idiot? Why would young Master Ling Xiao need to steal something he wants? Why would he care about a mere divine, overlord, demonic beast? That's true. Then Gongzi's action. He's protecting us. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they stared at the young man who was walking in the air with a calm expression on his face. Gongzi is unparalleled. He deserves to be favored by the goddess and become invincible. At that moment, Nian Qingyun's beautiful eyes revealed a complicated look. Is he returning the favor for me? Only Lin Xi's eyes darkened when he heard the exclamations of the crowd. Damn it, this disaster was most likely caused by Ling Xiao. Why is he still respected? Why? Stop. Ling Xiao walked in front of Hualang and whispered. So it's Lord Ling Xiao. Hualang gritted his teeth and said in a sinister tone. However, in front of the Ling people he was nothing. Naturally, he did not dare to show any disrespect to Ling Xiao. A divine overlord has bowed down. Is this the so-called unparalleled heavenly power? Lord Ling Xiao. He is indeed the #1 heaven's favorite of the eastern border. What heaven's favorite? Is heaven's favorite used to describe Gongzi? Ignorant. This is called unparalleled immortal beauty. Everyone looked up at the handsome figure in white robes floating in the air. Their faces were filled with yearning and reverence. Putting aside the rumors about this Ling people's Gongzi in the past, his actions right now were undoubtedly chivalrous and righteous. If you leave now, I can pretend that I didn't see anything. Otherwise, do you know the consequences of killing someone in front of my Ling people? Ling Xiao said calmly. Hua Lang's ferocious aura immediately weakened. Lord Ling Xiao was the last one to arrive, wasn't he? Suddenly, a puzzled voice came from the crowd. It sounded a little strange. However, the moment this voice fell, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Shi. What a joke! Those who could come to the Sunset Sacred Mountain to search for treasures were all heaven's favorites of the various sections. Their divine souls were not weak. Do you think that others can't tell that it's you just because you pinch your nose? Embarrassment flashed across Lin Shi's face. He did not expect Hua Lang to attack Ling Xiao. He simply could not stand him being praised. You are clearly the thief who stole the spirit fruit and caused us to be in such a predicament. Is it appropriate for you to pretend to be a hero? At this moment, Lin Shi seemed to have confirmed that the figure just now was Ling Xiao. Apart from this descendant of the Ling people, who else could hide under Elder Ling's nose? No wonder he looked familiar from the back just now. Ling Xiao pretended to look at Lin Shi in surprise. A trace of coldness flashed across the depths of his eyes. The spirit fire had yet to be born, and the flame barrier at the entrance of the secret territory would not dissipate for a while. Why not let this son of destiny move his muscles and bones first? Hearing Lin Shi's words, Nian Qingyun frowned. She felt a wave of disdain, especially after seeing Lin Shi's ugly behavior. Lord Ling Xiao stood up for you. How could you hide in the crowd and frame him? Despicable. Truly despicable. However, perhaps Ling Xiao really did steal the spirit fruit. After all, there was no one else present who dared to provoke a divine, overlord demonic beast other than Ling Xiao. Humph, this bastard. I was almost fooled by him. Oh, Brother Lin, I'm really hurt by your words. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and sighed softly. I wanted to help you. After all, you saved my wife's life. I didn't expect. Sigh. Senior, to be honest, the last one to arrive was actually him. Ling Xiao pointed at Lin Shi. Immediately, the crowd exclaimed, Yes, yes. He was the last one to arrive. That's him. He's purposely framing Lord Ling Xiao. F***CK. Lin Shi's face twisted when he heard that. Chapter 137. Ling Xiao, you're framing me. Although I was the last to arrive, how can you prove that I stole the fruit? I think you're deliberately targeting me. You want to use this senior to kill me. Hypocrite. Lin Shi shouted angrily, his face full of righteousness and sorrow. This damn bastard. How dare he make false accusations? However, he didn't have the spiritual fruit of Tao with him. Why would he be afraid of being framed? A straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shadow. Lin, she did not panic at all. This guy seems to be the one who provoked Lord Ling Xiao at the engagement ceremony. Yes, I think his name is Lin Shi. Could it be? When everyone heard this, they looked a little puzzled. Lin, she didn't look like a person who could steal the fruit in front of a divine, overlord, demonic beast. He didn't have the strength. However, Ling Xiao was different. Although his realm was similar to Lin Shi's, he was the successor of the ancient clan and the young master of the devil sect. He was destined to have trump cards that no one could imagine. Even Nian Qingyun's eyes flashed with a cold light. Sure enough, Ling Xiao was just acting. Haha, it's hard to be a good person these days. After all, there are many fence-sitters. Ling Xiao smiled sadly and looked deeply at Nian Qingyun. It's just that they don't believe me. I don't care. You have to believe me. Nian Qingyan was suddenly confused. What the hell is Ling Xiao doing? Is it really not him? How can we prove it? Isn't it simple? Let's take out our interspatial rings and let the seniors search them. Then we'll know. Ling Xiao smiled eerily, but Lin Shi's face turned pale. Damn it. He really didn't steal the spiritual fruit of Tao, and he really didn't dare to let anyone search his interspatial ring. Aside from Elder Ling's secret, the armored centipede was still inside. If Fire Wolf saw it, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. In a short moment, Lin Shi's head was covered in cold sweat. Aunt, hand over your interspatial ring. Fire Wolf felt that it made sense. He would never dare to search Ling Xiao's interspatial ring. What if he found something that should not be seen, such as a woman's undergarment or an inflatable? Ahem, wouldn't Ling people kill him to silence him? But that ant below him? Why did his face suddenly turn pale? Look, this idiot is sweating. He has a guilty conscience. F***CK, so it was really this kid who stole it. Shameless. How dare you slander Lord Ling Xiao? He doesn't look like a good person to me. He has shifty eyes. You can't just search through the Qian Kuan ring. Previously, there was a disciple in our sect who stole a pill from an elder and stuffed it into his, but, this is too disgusting. How am I supposed to eat it? Sigh, these dogs can even eat shit. It's the same as washing it. But the spiritual fruit is so big, many disciples couldn't help but look at Lin Shi with a hint of shock in their eyes. Ruthless. However, compared to the fact that he dared to provoke the Ling people on the day of Lord Ling Xiao's engagement, he was a ruthless person. Now that they thought about it, it made a lot more sense. He didn't even care about the 3 emperors and 10 kings of the Ling people. Why would he be afraid of a mere divine overlord? Meanwhile, Lin Shi's face had turned completely green after hearing the crowd slander. He couldn't figure out why Ling Xiao was always able to put the blame on him, but he couldn't explain it. Resentment and anger finally turned into a roar filled with resentment. Ling Xiao, just you wait. Bah, shameless. Lin, she doesn't know how to repent. He brought this upon himself, but he wants to push the blame to Lord Ling Xiao. Shameless bastard. Whoosh! Lin, she disappeared from where he was standing. Fire Wolf's expression turned serious as the flames around him rose to the sky. It really was you. If it wasn't you, why did you run? Whoosh! The sound of wind breaking rang out as Fire Wolf chased after Lin Shi. Ling Xiao watched the 2 figures disappear into the horizon with a playful smile on his face. The child of destiny always had a difficult life. However, with Hualang's means, it was absolutely impossible for him to kill Lin Shi. After all, it was hard to say how lucky he was. Ling Xiao descended from the sky and landed in front of Fu Yuniao and the others. He didn't pay any attention to Nian Qingyan. Women can't be spoiled all the time. He was playing hard to get. If he needed to be dried, he had to be dried. Otherwise, he would grow for easily. Moreover, the way she looked at him just now clearly showed that she didn't trust him. I'm not anyone's bootlicker. Of course, I'm not going to compromise. Young master. Fu Yuniao and the others bowed, looking at Ling Xiao with eyes full of reverence. Young master, the spirit fruit, is it in your hands? However, based on Fu Yuniao's understanding of this young master, he was most likely the one who did it. He then took the opportunity to blame Lin Shi. Otherwise, Lin, she wouldn't have run away so resentfully. Ling Xiao looked at Fu Yuniao with a half-smile and said softly, "Be confident and get rid of the mane." Uft. Fu Yuniao's pretty face showed a smile. Sure enough, this young master of his family was full of evil tricks. Although she didn't know why she didn't want others to search his interspatial ring. It was most likely that her young master had something on him. However, in this case, he had to take the blame even if he didn't want to. In front of the ancient forest in the distance, Nian Qingyan looked coldly at Ling Xiao and Lin Shi, who were talking and laughing. A trace of coldness flashed across her picturesque face. After hesitating for a while, she finally gathered her courage and walked toward Ling Xiao. Just now, I'm sorry, for the first time, the goddess of the Tao Palace took the initiative to lower her head to someone else. It was hard to imagine that a goddess like her who cultivated the great path of ruthlessness would apologize to someone else. What did it mean to apologize? It meant that she couldn't let it go. Fu Yunyao and the others widened their eyes instantly. Obviously, they didn't expect Nian Qingyun to apologize to Ling Xiao. Haha, the great path of ruthlessness. How ruthless! Oh, Ling Xiao just nodded calmly. He didn't have any intention to talk to Nian Qingyun. Seeing the indifference on the young man's face, a trace of humiliation flashed across Nian Qingyun's eyes. She had taken the initiative to apologize. What else do you want? For a moment, she felt a little wronged. In a trance, Nian Qingyun seemed to realize that after being with Ling Xiao for a few days, there were many emotions in her heart that she had never felt before. She began to look forward to it. She would be nervous and afraid of losing him. She also couldn't stand seeing another woman standing beside him. But why was it like this? The great path of ruthlessness, Taishang indifference. She had cultivated the Tao for 18 years. How could she be defeated by a face? The world can doubt me, but you can't. This sentence was like a demonic obsession that was deeply engraved in Nian Qingyun's heart. She vaguely felt that yes, I can't. At this moment, Nian Qingyun's heart was in a mess. When she saw Ling Xiao's indifference, she realized that indifference could hurt people so much. Chapter 138. On the other side, Hua Lang had chased Lin Shi all the way to the edge of the Sunset God Mountain. If he took another step forward, he would be in the human territory. Furthermore, the Sunset City belonged to the Ling people. If he appeared, there would be experts from the Ling people who would kill him. Damn it! How could this Xianqing ant run so fast? What a joke! An ant is an ant, but I have an exalted realm remnant soul in my ring. How could a wild monster in the mountains imagine that he could just casually use a few tricks? Damned human! I don't believe that you won't leave the Sunset City. Hua Lang stood on top of an ancient tree and looked coldly at the figure that fell into the city. His face was full of malevolence. He waited bitterly for 5 years, and in the end his efforts were in vain. He couldn't take this lying down. If the one who stole his spirit fruit was the successor of the Ling people, then so be it. However, a Xianqing ant with no background dared to touch his fortune. Damn it! Damn it! Senior! At this moment, a faint laughter came from the darkness. HM? Who is it? Hua Lang's face froze, and he turned his head to see a figure covered in a black robe slowly walking over. His face was completely covered by the bamboo hat, only revealing his thin lips. Judging from his aura, he should be in the Paoang realm. Aunt, who are you? Senior, I know who has the spirit fruit. The black-robed figure smiled faintly, and his voice was filled with inexplicable hatred. HM? You know. Hua Lang's eyes narrowed, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. Aunt, take off your bamboo hat. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Senior, I sincerely want to cooperate with you, but you have such an attitude. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Zhuge Liang smiled faintly and took off his bamboo hat, revealing a pale and sinister face. Ever since that day when Qin Feng was crushed to death by Ling Xiao on the battle stage, he went down the mountain to hide. The identity of the primordial cauldron had been exposed, and since Ling Xiao dared to crush Qin Feng to death in front of the great elder, he probably wouldn't mind killing another sect master's true disciple. That guy's notoriety in the eastern border of the Shenzhou continent was not the slightest bit inferior to any famous old demon. Since they had shed all pretense of cordiality, Zhuge Liang naturally did not have too many misgivings. Ling people were terrifying, but as long as Ling Xiao died, he would be the best candidate for the position of young master. Ling people wouldn't dare to destroy the myriad Tao Devil sect in a fight between sect disciples. The two great sects were both supreme inheritances. Once they started fighting, it would definitely involve a lot of people. Ling Tianlin was not the only one who had the final say in the 9 branches of the Ling clan. Of course, the most important point is that the conflict between Zhuge Liang and Ling Xiao was already irreconcilable. In other words, if he did not kill Ling Xiao, he would definitely be killed by Ling Xiao. In that case, why don't I kill you first? You are. Hualang looked at the young man in front of him and frowned slightly. He had been living in seclusion in the Sunset Mountain for the past few years, so he did not know much about the prodigies of the eastern border of the Shenzhou continent. But looking at the young man in black, he was obviously not old, but he was already in the Paohuang stage. It was obvious that he was a prodigy of a great sect, or even a young master of an ancient clan. I am Zhuge Liang, sect master's true disciple of the myriad Tao Devil sect. Zhuge Liang smiled faintly and looked at Hualang in front of him with a playful gaze. With his identity as the disciple of the myriad Tao Devil sect, not to mention a divine lord, even a divine king would have to be wary. That was the reason why he was so confident. Of course, Zhuge Liang admitted that he was gambling. Once Hualang exposed his whereabouts, he was almost certain to die in the territory of the Ling people in the Sunset Mountain City. But with his strength, he did not have much of a chance of winning against Ling Xiao alone. Zhuge Liang was able to sit firmly in the position of sect master's true disciple because of his low profile and steady personality. The path to immortality was vast and full of dangers. Of course, it was safest to be a dog. If it was not for the fact that Ling Xiao was so overbearing, he would not have taken such a risk. Oh, so you are the true disciple of the demonic sect. As expected, Hualang's eyes flashed with a hint of fear when he heard Zhuge Liang's identity. Even his tone became gentler. The myriad Tao demonic sect. Another supreme Taoist orthodoxy. Although he was a divine lord, which supreme Taoist orthodoxy did not have a few divine kings or divine emperors. They could crush him with a finger. Moreover, although he did not know this true disciple of the demonic sect, he had heard of the name Zhuge Liang. He was the most steady senior brother of the myriad Tao demonic sect. If Ling Xiao had not joined the sect, he would most likely be the young master of the sect. But why did he suddenly look for her? What was the matter? Did you just say that you know who stole my spirit fruit? Hualang looked at Zhuge Liang cautiously. Who stole it? Wasn't it that son of a B***H called Lin Shi? Do I need you to tell me that? That's right. The spirit fruit is not with Lin Shi. Zhuge Liang smiled faintly. He naturally knew that a miracle had appeared at the Sunset Divine Mountain. This was the territory of the Ling people. Ling Xiao would most likely come here. Now that Ling Xiao was out in the open and Zhuge Liang was in the dark, it was the best opportunity. Therefore, a few days ago, Zhuge Liang came to the Sunset Divine Mountain and lay low to see if he could find a chance. Originally, after Ling Xiao defeated the true disciple of the Cloudy Millet Immortal sect, he was disheartened and was thinking of escaping to the western border to avoid this demon. However, this morning he hid in the forest and watched as Lin Shi chased after Ling Xiao. A glimmer of hope reignited in his heart. The heavens are helping me. When the divine Lord Hualang arrived, Zhuge Liang immediately guessed what had happened. Although he was surprised that the usually ruthless young master of the Ling people did not take the opportunity to kill Lin Shi. It was most likely because he was worried about Nian Qingyan. After all, the news of Ling Xiao's engagement had spread throughout the eastern border. If he killed Lin Shi in front of Nian Qingyan, the former would definitely become hostile. If that was all there was to it, then his chance had come. A divine lord demonic beast was enough to easily kill a true disciple, even if he was a prodigy of the Tao laws. As long as he joined forces with it, the successor of the Ling people would not be able to escape. Of course, some people liked to be wishful thinking. If it's not with Lin Shi, could it be with Lord Ling Shao? Hua Lang instantly snorted, only to see that Zhuge Liang had a smile on his face and didn't refute. Gulp. Hua Lang felt a chill rising from the bottom of his heart. When he looked at the true disciple of the Devil sect, his eyes were filled with fear. What the F***CK do you mean? Could it be, Senior, the spirit fruit is indeed with Ling Shao? I saw him steal the spirit fruit and leave with my own eyes. Zhuge Liang smiled faintly. What did he see with his own eyes? He was just trying to make Hua Lang believe him. However, according to his understanding of Ling Shao, he was definitely good at seizing someone's fortune. Senior, you should be more familiar with the fluctuations in the sunset god mountain than me. I guess that a spirit fire of heaven and earth has appeared. If you can merge with it, wouldn't it be more useful than a spirit fruit? But this is the territory of the Ling people. If I take action, I'm afraid. Chapter 139. I understand Senior's concern. That's why I'm here. Zhuge Liang waved his hand, and an ancient beast skin pouch appeared in his hand. Demon trapping pouch. You. Hua Lang's expression changed. Demonic aura soared into the sky from his body. Demon trapping pouch, as the name implied, was used by those who claimed to be righteous to trap demons. However, looking at Zhuge Liang's appearance, he didn't seem to want to be his enemy. Could it be that he, Senior, don't panic? Zhuge Liang smiled indifferently. Senior, you only need to hide in the demon trapping pouch, and I can bring you to the historical remains that contains the spiritual fire. At that time, Senior will appear and kill Ling Shao for me. Wouldn't the spiritual fire be in your hands? You want to kill Ling Shao. Hua Lang's expression changed. Hundreds of thoughts ran through his mind, even though he didn't know what Zhuge Liang was planning. However, if the Ling clan were to know about what he had just said, it would be difficult for him to keep his life. That's right. Senior, you don't know. Ling Shao and I are mortal enemies. Now that I'm stranded outside, it's all because of him. Therefore, Senior, you don't have to do it yourself. You only need to help me capture Ling Shao. I'll take care of the rest. Zhuge Liang clenched his teeth. He said those words to dispel Hua Lang's worries. After all, it would take a lot of effort for him to do it himself. Ling people's might was not something that anyone in the eastern border would have the courage to challenge. Killing Ling Shao was undoubtedly going against this colossus, not to mention a mere deity overlord demonic beast. Even those demonic kings and demonic emperors in the northern border wouldn't have the courage to do so. Hua Lang seemed to be hesitating. After all, once this matter was exposed, it wouldn't be as simple as losing his life. On the path to immortality, there were many ways that were even worse than death. Senior, you only have one chance. Do you plan to continue hiding in this barren mountain or obtain the spiritual fire and enter the king realm? It all depends on today. Zhuge Liang's voice was filled with temptation. How could he not see the fury of this demonic beast? Peak divine overlord, one step away from becoming an emperor. No one would be able to resist this temptation, especially for a demonic beast that was wandering alone in the wilderness. They didn't have many cultivation resources to begin with, so it wasn't easy for them to reach their current level. For a descendant of the ancient clan like Ling Shao, a spiritual fruit was an ordinary fortune. However, for Firewolf, it was an opportunity to reach the king realm. With different statuses, the opportunities would naturally be different. The mountains and rivers in his eyes were as different as heaven and earth. An ant gazes at the sky and sees the white clouds. When the flood dragon soared into the sky, the sun, the moon, and the sea of stars could be seen. I'm only responsible for capturing Ling Shao. You do the rest. After today, there's no need for us to meet again. In the end, the fire wolf took a deep breath as monstrous ferocity flashed in its eyes. What Zhuge Liang said was right. If he missed today, it would probably be difficult for him to have another chance to step into the king realm in his lifetime. Just now he had chased after Lin Shi. This was something that all the prodigies from the various sects had witnessed with their own eyes. Even if Ling Xiao died in the sunset divine mountain in the end, no one would suspect him of being the Ling people. As such, a mere descendant of the Ling people, no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeves, if no one helped him, how could he be his match? Of course, the risk of this matter was naturally great. If he failed to kill Ling Xiao and allowed him to escape, he and Zhuge Liang would probably die without a burial ground. But at the same time, in this world, for ordinary people, if they wanted to stand out and achieve supreme fame, they would definitely not be able to do so through ordinary means. He had to take the unorthodox path. Ha ha ha, Senior, don't worry. I've already prepared many methods. That Ling Xiao won't be able to escape, even if he has wings. Zhuge Liang laughed sinisterly. The spirit bag in his hand suddenly released a bright light, and the fire wolf's figure instantly disappeared from its original spot. Ling Xiao, this time, let's see where you can escape to. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't think of joining hands with Lin Shi. After all, with the latter's hatred for Ling Xiao, he probably didn't need to promise anything. That young man would definitely go all out. However, during the battle with the Ling people that day, Lin Shi's monstrous attack was crushed by Ling Xiao with one hand. His strength was still too weak. Eldest senior brother didn't have many advantages, but being steady was his style of doing things. At the same time, in the sunset ancient city, Lin Shi was hiding in a dilapidated courtyard in the corner of the city with a miserable expression. His eyes were gloomy. Once again, he had been tricked by Ling Xiao again. Ever since he met Elder Ling, although Lin Shi couldn't be said to have a smooth journey, he had always been the one tricking others. When had he ever been tricked by others? Furthermore, in this short period of time, from the cloud-gathering pavilion to the sunset mountain, he had actually been tricked by Ling Xiao twice. How was this possible? Furthermore, just as Elder Ling had said, with his sole perception of the venerable realm, how could he not sense Ling Xiao's existence? How did he hide himself and take the opportunity to steal the spirit fruit? Lin Shi's eyes became even gloomier. He suddenly thought of the only possibility, Elder Ling. Whether it was at the auction house or at the sunset mountain, Ling Xiao seemed to be able to easily see through his thoughts and play with him in the palm of his hand. How ridiculous was this? Was he a deity of the 9 heavens? Could he predict the future? If no one had tipped him off in advance, Lin Shi would never believe that everything was so coincidental. He didn't go to snatch the spirit fire but appeared at the mountain stream on time? If no one had tipped him off, how did he find his way there? Thinking about it this way, it made sense that Ling Xiao had targeted him at the auction house. But why did Elder Ling do this? Could it be because of the talent Ling Xiao had displayed that day? A 17-year-old Tao prodigy with invincible immortal looks. If I follow him, I won't have to suffer in the future? Haha! At this moment, Lin Shi suddenly felt a little disappointed. Along the way, he and Elder Ling had gone through life and death. They had quarreled, but more than that, they were happy to grow together. To be honest, Lin Shi was grateful to Elder Ling, although Elder Ling always liked to brag and talk about his past glory. But without him, Lin Shi might have died at the bottom of the cliff. Unexpectedly, no matter how deep their friendship was, it couldn't resist the temptations of this world. As long as there was enough bargaining chips, betrayal was a decision that could be made in an instant. At this moment, Elder Ling, who was in the ring, also had some doubts. That spirit law fruit was really stolen by Ling Xiao? Was it possible? Although it couldn't be said to be foolproof, ordinary thearchs definitely wouldn't be able to avoid it. Then what was Ling Xiao's level? A disciple of an ancient family in the Xianqing or Pang stage at most had evaded the detection of a spirit and snatched the spiritual fruit of Tao from Lin Shi the moment he left. Was it ridiculous? Of course it was ridiculous. At the very least, Elder Ling didn't believe that Ling Xiao had the ability to completely conceal his aura. Just now, at the entrance of the ruins, Elderling had specially observed the latter. There was indeed a wave of energy on his body that could block other people's divine sense. But at most he could only conceal his cultivation level. His aura and vitality couldn't escape the senses of a supremacy. Moreover, why didn't Ling Xiao go to the place where the spirit fire appeared? Why did he have to go to the depths of the sunset divine mountain? Although Hua Lang's method was clumsy, it wasn't something that ordinary Pong stage cultivators could see through. How did Ling Xiao know that there was a creation in the mountain stream? However, such a ridiculous thing had happened today. You have really disappointed me. Chapter 140. A Dao Law Spirit Fruit was indeed quite tempting to Lin Shi, who had yet to comprehend a Dao Law. However, which creation had he not given Lin Shi along the way that was not more terrifying than this spirit fruit? Haha! This dog has learned how to protect its food after being raised. The master and disciple, who had sworn to become immortals together, finally had a rift in their hearts because of Ling Xiao, this variable. Ahem, Elderling, has that fire wolf left? However, animosity was animosity, and the act was still going on. The two of them could not leave each other. Even if Elderling had other thoughts, he could not leave him for the time being. Women and friendship were all empty. The great Tao was heartless, so of course benefits were the most important. As long as Lin Shi could merge with the undying heart flame, his cultivation would enter the Pong realm. Comprehending a Dao law was not difficult for him. At that time, he would have the qualifications to compete with Ling Xiao. As for Elderling, he had to be careful. If the old man wanted to stay awake, Lin Shi had to refine pills. Therefore, if he wanted him to fall asleep, Elderling should take his medicine. Let's go. Elderling's voice was obviously low. However, Lin Shi was not surprised by this. Instead, he pretended to heave a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice that Ling Xiao has harmed me. There is an 80% chance that the spirit fruit is with him. If Elderling does not believe me, I will definitely capture him and prove my innocence after I merge with the undying heart flame. Oh, Elderling still looked absent-minded. Since Lin Shi had coveted the creation, he had probably already prepared an excuse. Although Elderling also wanted to believe him, once there was a crack in this relationship, it would be difficult to repair it. Elderling, do you have any more pills that can change your appearance? Lin Shi's reputation in the Sunset Mountain was probably not even as good as Ling Xiao's. Once he appeared, not to mention whether the fire wolf was waiting at the entrance of the ruins. Even those prodigies of the ancient sects would definitely not let him go, right? Thinking of this, Lin Shi was so angry that the roots of his teeth itched. He often snatched other people's creation, but wasn't this normal on the immortal path? Whoever was stronger would seize the good fortune. If one did not have the strength to snatch the good fortune, they would also face the risk of being killed. This was the so-called opportunity, and risk coexisted in direct proportion. But now, with Ling Xiao's slander, he had become a despicable person that everyone despised. How can we, the children of destiny, who are upright, and stubborn, swallow this anger? How could he swallow it? How am I supposed to swallow it? F***CK. Lin Shi took a deep breath. No matter how aggrieved he felt, now was not the time to fall out with Ling Xiao. Wait a little longer, endure a little longer, and be steady. Oh yeah. Elderling's half-dead voice made Lin Shi even angrier. Elderling, I haven't been able to refine enough soul-nurturing pills due to the lack of spiritual materials these past few days. Why don't you sleep in the ring for a period of time? I'll wake you up after I snatch the undying heart flame. You? Good. Elderling's tone turned cold. In the end, he didn't say anything. He handed over a pill and fell into silence. I'd like to see how far a little brat like you can go without me. One day, you'll understand that everything you have was given to you by me. Then, you'll know how ridiculous your actions today were. What a sin! Perhaps Ling Xiao didn't expect that his unintentional snatching of Lin Shi's spiritual fruit would cause a rift to appear in the relationship between this master and disciple who had been through life and death for many years. It's all a coincidence. Coincidentally, I was moving on the day you were on your period. Coincidentally, I met the class bell while watching a movie. Coincidences are the most coincidental. You two are F***king experts at coincidences. Lin, she swallowed the pill and changed his appearance again. But at this time he was still worried. He walked to the street and found an ancient clan prodigy who hadn't gone to the sunset sacred mountain. He patted his shoulder lightly. Brother, what? Did you go to the Gathering Cloud Pavilion auction? Yes, I did. Why? Then do you know me? F***CKU. Who do you think you are? Why would I know you? Do you think you're Lord Ling Xiao? It couldn't be helped. Previously, Lin she had completely trusted Elder Ling, so he didn't know what he looked like after taking the pill. But now he had to be careful. If this old thing changed his appearance to the same one, then wouldn't he be courting death if he appeared in front of others? Just like that, Lin she walked on the streets of the Sunset City, asking everyone he met if they knew him. After being scolded a dozen times, he sneered and walked into the depths of the sunset sacred mountain. Don't say. Why does this person look a little familiar? The last ancient clan prodigy frowned, then seemed to think of something. Wasn't this the idiot who had competed with Lord Ling Xiao for treasures at the Gathering Cloud Pavilion? But no one had expected him to swagger into the Sunset City, so they didn't react for a moment. This idiot actually dared to show himself. How could a cauldron of pills produce two different appearances? The sunset sacred mountain, where divine light shot into the sky. Ling Xiao had already closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation. Fu Yunyao and the others stood on either side of him, quietly waiting. Actually, they didn't need to wait. No one dared to step within 5 kilometers of Ling Xiao. What a joke. Although this demonic sex young master's actions just now could be described as chivalrous, ambitious, loyal, and loving, but at the same time, Ling Xiao's notoriety was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Who would be willing to provoke this demon? At this moment, Nian Qingyun crossed her arms and leaned against an ancient tree. Her beautiful eyes stared coldly at the figure not far away. Although her Dao heart was in a mess today for some reason, ever since Ling Xiao did that to her last time, not only did her cultivation level not drop, but it even showed signs of a breakthrough. But didn't Master say that once a cultivator of the heartless Dao lost her virginity, her cultivation level would dissipate? But why did her cultivation level dissipate so slowly? Could it be that Master was lying to her? But how could that be? Since young, Master had treated her like her own mother. Could it be that she didn't want her to be happy? Nian Qingyun's pretty face turned red at the thought of the trembling that came from her soul. A layer of ripples suddenly appeared in her heart. Puff! But just as she was frowning and pondering, a strange sound suddenly came from the young man in the distance. Fu Yunyao and the others heard the sound, and their faces froze slightly. Then, they discreetly moved away into the distance. Only Nian Qingyun's pretty face suddenly became sluggish. At this moment, she seemed to feel that Ling Xiao's aura suddenly became stronger for a moment. However, before she could sense it clearly, the fluctuation disappeared. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. There seemed to be a smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked refreshed. Haha, young master is really not bothered by trifles. Fu Yunyao and the others covered their mouths and chuckled. But Nian Qingyun felt that it was ridiculous. This bastard. That strange sound just now was actually a breakthrough. Chapter 141. Nian Qingyun's divine soul perception was incomparable to that of Fu Yunyao and the rest. Moreover, the sage's emotion-forgetting art that she cultivated had a secret technique that could detect auras. Although Ling Xiao had a numinous treasure to conceal his cultivation level, The power that he had felt at that moment could not be faked. That bastard had broken through. With a poof, he had broken through. What kind of ridiculous thing was that? In the 18 years that Nian Qingyan had been cultivating, she had never met such a monster who had broken through to the next cultivation level. However, since Ling Xiao had comprehended the law of Tao, his cultivation level should have already reached the Paong realm, right? Then his current breakthrough. Haha. Looking at the appearance of this seal, it should be disappearing soon. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the place where Shen Xiao soared into the sky. At that moment, he naturally did not know that Zhuge was also at the Sunset Sacred Mountain. There were many powerful auras hidden in the forest. Obviously, they had all come for the heaven and earth spirit fire. However, compared to the heaven and earth spirit fire, Ling Xiao was more concerned about the creation on Lin Shi and the reward for killing him. The heaven and earth spirit fire was obviously prepared for the children of destiny who had cultivated the blazing scripture. Of course, with Ling Xiao's talent, if he merged the heaven and earth spirit fire into his body, he might be able to comprehend the law of Tao of fire. After all, such a spirit fire was the power closest to the origin of heaven and earth. As for Nian Qingyan, it was obvious that her Tao heart was in a mess. As long as he used a little more tricks, the goddess of the Tao Palace would probably understand the true meaning of the sage's emotion-forgetting art. Hey, isn't this Lord Ling Xiao? Suddenly, a chuckle came from afar. Then, a figure with a terrifying aura came from the sky and landed in front of Ling Xiao and the rest. The person who came was dressed in black and had a handsome face. His eyes were filled with a bright golden light. Behind him, there were several other youths dressed in the same black robes. However, when they saw Ling Xiao, they did not show any fear. Instead, there was a hint of hostility. It's young Master Qin Lung from the ancient Qin clan, the young Master Lung who cultivated the Heartless Sword. That's right, this is the heartless young Master Lung that everyone talks about. I heard that although Sir Lung is young, his status in the ancient Qin clan is second only to the young master of the Qin clan. Isn't that so? Young Master Lung's name is the memory of a generation. When I was 12 years old, I first heard the two words young Master Lung and had always respected him. Once the Heartless Sword is out, who can compete with young Master Lung? Then who is stronger between him and Lord Ling Xiao? It's hard to say. Poochie! Hearing the discussions around him, Ling Xiao almost laughed out loud. Heartless young Master Lung? When I first heard the name, I thought I had transmigrated back. This name that exuded the aura of nobility really brought back a lot of memories. 800 small fortunes, as expected of the era of great competition. It was just that these people with little luck were mostly used to farm experience for the true children of destiny. Lord Ling Xiao, it's an honor to meet you. When Qin Lung saw the mockery on Ling Xiao's face, he still had a gentle smile on his face. He was an elegant young master with the style of a great family. Then he turned to look at Nian Qingyun, who was standing at the side. Goddess Nian. Everyone in the Xingzhou knew the name of this goddess. The cultivators here did not dare to look at Nian Qingyan because they were afraid that they could not control their emotions. If they lost their composure in front of Ling Xiao, they would immediately lose their minds and have their heads smashed by Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, Qin Lung smiled at Nian Qingyan openly, which immediately attracted a lot of exclamations. As expected of the young master of the ancient Qin clan, his status was comparable to Ling Xiao's, so naturally, they did not have too many scruples. In the eastern border of the Shangzhou eastern border, the Ling people were not the only clan. The ancient Qin clan had also been passed down for thousands of years, and was a supreme clan. Moreover, it was said that the ancient Qin clan was inextricably linked to the Cloudy Millet Immortal sect and a few other supreme Taoist orthodoxies. Therefore, even when they came to the Ling people's territory, they did not tremble in fear like the other sections. Nian Qingyan was still as cold as ever. She was always emotionless in front of everyone. However, at this moment, Ling Zhao's lips curled into a smile. He walked to Nian Qingyun's side and said coldly, "Wife, did you forget what I told you? You should know that you are not only the goddess of the Tao Palace, but also my fiancée." Hearing the anger in Ling Zhao's voice, the entire Sunset Sacred Mountain fell into a dead silence. How awesome! In the entire Xingzhou, only Lord Ling Xiao dared to speak to Nian Qingyun in such a tone. However, this young master had always been domineering and had never cared about the people of the Qin clan. Why would he reprimand Nian Qingyun because of her rudeness to Qin Lung? Haha, it's fine. I am already very fortunate to be able to look up to the beauty of the goddess. How can I be greedy for other things? Qin Lung's smile was a little shy. He was a young master of the Qin clan and Ling Zhao's enemy. However, that does not stop me from thinking about your woman, Nian Qingyun. She was the highest dream in the hearts of all the ancient race prodigies in the Xingzhou. Remember, if you meet such a dog in the future, just push him away. Ling Xiao spat hard, almost spitting on Qin Lung's face. The grievance on Nian Qingyun's face instantly froze and turned into a smile. She did not like the way these young masters fawned over her in the first place. Therefore, she did not even want to bother with them when she saw them. However, she did not expect Ling Xiao to be so direct. That big mouthful of spit, he must have been coughing seriously. Does that mean that he still cares about me? Even if I don't trust him and even suspect his intentions, he still cares about me. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Instantly, the entire Sunset Mountain was filled with the sound of people sucking in cold air. Everyone looked at the cold and arrogant goddess of the Tao Palace with a faint smile on her face. They felt their breaths quicken and their chests tighten. Their vision turned black and the world spun around them. There were even a few sect disciples with weaker willpower who fainted when they saw that beautiful smile. The remaining disciples began to slap themselves in the face and bite their tongues, trying their best to stay awake. This way, they could admire the goddess' smile for a while longer. Good fortune, heavenly fortune. The world only saw the goddess angry. When had they ever seen her smile? Today, they were lucky enough to see the goddess smile at the peak of the Sunset Mountain. A miracle. It was worth it. It was worth it, even if they died. It was even to the extent that, at this moment, even Qin Lung was staring blankly at the beautiful, picturesque face before his eyes, and his heart had long since started trembling. This feeling was like a stone falling into a clear lake, creating 1,000 ripples. Oh, Goddess Nian, since the day I met you, my heart felt like it had fallen into a deep lake. I could not extricate myself and had nowhere to put it. I like you. It was like the wind had flown for 130,000 miles without asking when it would return. Humph! Nian Qingyun's sudden snort was like a wisp of frost that slid into everyone's eyes. Everyone's expression turned cold. When they looked at the young master of the Qin clan again, his face was already flushed red. He lost his composure. Damn Ling Xiao, what makes you worthy of the goddess? At this moment, even if Qin Lung was unwilling to admit it, he knew that Nian Qingyun's smile was for Ling Xiao alone. At this moment, Qin Lang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Haha. As expected, the hatred of villains is all pulled up by women. Ling Xiao sighed and looked at Nian Qingyun deeply. His expression had turned completely cold. Heartless young Master Lung? Damn, I'm King, heartless young Master Hera. Chapter 142. Haha, Lord Ling Xiao, I didn't expect the Ling people to have declined to such an extent. A mere ruin on a barren mountain is worthy of a disciple like you taking action, personally. Qin Lang's expression calmed down again, but there was a hint of resentment in his tone. Oh, young Master Lung, do you mean a small fry like you should be sent to a ruin on a barren mountain like this? Ling Xiao nodded thoughtfully. Thank you for your advice. You, Qin Lung snorted. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the divine light in the distance suddenly fluctuate violently. In a short moment, it turned into a divine rainbow and fell from the sky. At the same time, a familiar aura was flying toward them. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He's here. He could kill Qinlong with a wave of his hand. However, when he saw the group of cloudy immortal sect disciples in the crowd, a hint of playfulness flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. To Ling Xiao, it made no difference whether he killed these good-for-nothings without any providence. However, I heard that the two orthodoxies have a good relationship? Haha, isn't it still up to you whether the eastern border is in chaos or not? Buzz. A terrifying buzzing sound reverberated. At the place where the divine light landed, a spatial crack suddenly appeared. There was a faint wave of heat that made one's heart palpitate. It was like the giant mouth of an ancient fire demon that wanted to devour all living beings that stepped into it. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of wind breaking suddenly came from the forest in the distance. Then, Lin Shi's figure fell from the sky with a calm expression. The crowd that was about to rush towards the entrance suddenly stopped in their tracks and turned to look at him. Huh! Lin Shi was stunned for a moment. He reached out to touch his face. Do I have a leak on my face? No, I think you look like a leak to me. Isn't that the idiot who fought with Lord Ling Xiao for treasures at the auction house? It seems to be him. This kid, is there something wrong with his brain? Does he think that we can't see him just because he pretends not to see us? He doesn't look very smart. Gulp. Lin Shi swallowed hard and turned his head, only to see Ling Xiao looking at him with a faint smile. F***CK. Didn't those dogs say that they didn't recognize me? So, at this moment, Lin Shi did not hesitate at all. He directly turned into an afterimage and rushed into the entrance of the ruins. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao did not move. Therefore, the remaining paragons did not dare to move either. What a joke! Whether this trip would go smoothly or not would all depend on this little treasure-seeking beast. If I kill it now, how am I, a villain, supposed to subdue that heaven and earth spirit fire? Chase! After a while, everyone saw that Ling Xiao still hadn't moved, so they chased after Lin Shi. If he was not mistaken, this guy had a spirit cultivation method. Soul cultivation method. To put it bluntly, in the eastern border of the Shenzhou continent, there were no more than 10 experts who cultivated their spirit. However, every single one of them was an overlord in this area. As long as they could get their hands on that soul technique, everyone would have a chance to become the next magnate. So. The sound of wind breaking could be heard. In just a short moment, only Ling Xiao and a few others were left on the peak of the Sunset Mountain. Qin Lun greeted Su Yu Wei from the Cloud Millet Immortal sect from afar. Without any hesitation, he led the Qin clan into the ruins. With Nian Qingyun here, it would be difficult for him to have a fair fight with Ling Xiao. However, after entering the ruins, if there was a chance, he did not mind leaving Su Yu Wei in the Sunset Divine Mountain forever. Others might be afraid of Ling people, but the Qin clan was not afraid at all. If he could kill Ling Xiao, his status in the clan would definitely rise. He might even be able to get his hands on the position of successor. Let's go too. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He turned to look at Nian Qingyun and walked towards the entrance. However, just when everyone thought he was going to enter the relic, Ling Xiao suddenly walked over to the unconscious geniuses from the various sects and took out their Qinkuan bags and threw them into his own Qinkuan ring. Fu Yinyao and the others were stunned. However, Ling Xiao turned around and said seriously, being thrifty is the rule of the myriad Tao Devil sect. You must remember it well. Damn. Only when everyone's figures had completely disappeared did a figure slowly walk out from the ancient forest. He looked at Ling Xiao and the others, who were the last to disappear. His face suddenly turned cold. Ling Xiao, it's time for you to die. Boom! A terrifyingly hot gust of wind instantly filled the air. Ling Xiao stood alone in front of the Devil's Sect's disciples. He was surrounded by starlight and blocked the terrifying waves. As far as the eye could see, this ruin was actually a dilapidated ancient hall. The hall was pitch black as if it had been burned by flames. There was a faintly discernible strange aura that quietly seeped into the depths of one's heart. The power of this spiritual fire is somewhat terrifying. Even though he was very far away, Ling Xiao could feel a faint pressure at this moment. With the level of his divine soul and the strength of his physical body, he still felt such pressure. One could imagine the situation of the remaining Devil Sect's disciples at this moment. Be careful. Ling Xiao took out a few fire-resistant pills from his Qinkuan bag and threw them to Fu Yunyao and the others. On the side, Nian Qingyan let out a soft snort. She moved lightly and turned into a spiritual wind, sweeping into the depths of the ancient hall. With the temperament of this successor of the Ling people, even if he found the fortune, it would not be her turn. Thus, it was better to separate here and save herself some embarrassment. Ha! A man who was not even willing to give her an engagement gift. And she expected him to share the fortune here? Forget it, men are all pigs. Senior Sister Fu, you guys walk around the edge of this ancient hall. You'd better not go to the hall in the deepest part. Ling Xiao did not stop Nian Qingyan. After all, when he faced Lin Shi later, the scene would be very bloody. Although the relationship between the two of them had been completely severed, but the old man in Lin Shi's body was probably not a simple person. According to the model of the Flame Emperor, it was very likely that he was a mighty venerable realm cultivator. There were no longer any venerable realm cultivators in the four borders of the Shenzhou continent. Only the center of the Shenzhou continent, where the sacred sect was located, might have a mighty cultivator of this level. Even if his physical body was broken and his cultivation was gone, this old thing who had lived for thousands of years had any means that were enough to be fatal. Ling Xiao was very strong, but it was only limited to the younger generation. He still had to be careful when facing such an ancient expert. After all, he was not the chosen one and did not have any luck. However, if Ling Xiao knew that the old man's remnant soul had fallen into a deep sleep because of Lin Shi, Ling Xiao would probably laugh his head off. What a sin! He had only picked a fruit on the way, but he did not expect that it would cause hostility between the loving master and disciple. Chapter 143. Today, Ling Xiao was at the peak of Sunset Mountain, and the system notifications never stopped ringing in his ears. He only had a few hundred providence points left. If he had worked a little harder, this ancient ruins hall would have been his burial ground. Sai, you could have stepped on anyone, but you had to step on me. However, according to Ling Xiao's thinking, as a villain, he was destined to be surrounded by waves of children of destiny. After all, this was the setting. In which storyline did the children of destiny not step on the villains, but on a passerby? Hey, you walking, come over here and let me step on you. F*CKU. I'm just a minor character who lived for less than 5 seconds in the book. Do you have any pleasure in stepping on me? Therefore, there was no need to think about why the children of destiny had conflicts with Ling Xiao. What a joke! I'm the biggest villain in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It was even possible that in this vast universe, there was a child of destiny who was using the system to search for the children of villains and crush them to steal their providence. After all, this world was vast and boundless. Above the world, there was a galaxy. If Ling Xiao could transmigrate, others might be able to as well. Achoo! Fu Yunyao and the others had already followed Ling Xiao's instructions and were heading in the opposite direction. There was indeed a heavenly providence in this hall, but it had nothing to do with these ordinary disciples. In this small ruin alone, there was already a son of destiny and a daughter of destiny. There was only one heavenly providence. Who would get it in the end? Of course, it would be in the hands of the villain Ling Xiao. Use your brain, okay? I'm the main character. Main character. Main character. Buzz! There was a strange sound coming from the hall in the distance. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed, and he disappeared on the spot. Isn't the cloudy immortal sect too overbearing? This spirit tree has 7 fruits. Why do you want to take them all? That's right. We have more people. If we really fight, we might not lose. We were the ones who saw the spirit tree first. Why do you think you can take it just because you want it? Isn't this too overbearing? Are the supreme Taoism orthodoxies so tyrannical? A group of geniuses from various sects stood in a side hall, glaring angrily at several white-robed immortal sect disciples. At this moment, in the center of the side hall, there was an ancient tree burning with flames, emitting a dazzling radiance. The 7 spirit melons on it emitted a delicate fragrance, and the power of flames faintly spread out. Ha ha ha, everyone is right. The supreme Taoism orthodoxy is so domineering. You have the strength, so you can do whatever you want. If you have the ability, come and hit me. Ma Liang stood in front of the crowd with a spirit pen in his hand. The remaining immortal sect disciples also looked at the crowd with ridicule in their eyes. Su Yue, on the other hand, had a gloomy look on his face as he stood before the ancient tree with cold eyes. His delusion-breaker aura was surging. Ever since he was humiliated by Ling Xiao on the street that day, he had become gloomy. As he looked at the clamoring disciples of the ancient sects, the murderous intent in his heart was on the verge of uncontrollable. Ling Xiao was someone they could not afford to offend. But you bunch of rotten fish and shrimps, how dare you talk nonsense in front of me? Uffed. However, just as Ma Liang finished speaking, a white-robed figure suddenly descended from the sky and ruthlessly kicked him, sending him flying. Ma Liang, who was at the peak of the profound, clear stage, was unable to resist this kick at all. No, even Su Yue could only see an afterimage flashing past. Then Ma Liang's figure disappeared into thin air. Boom! Ah! A miserable scream came from afar, and everything returned to normal. In all my life, this is the first time I've heard such a strange request. Hit me? Why don't you guys satisfy him? Ling Xiao frowned as he looked at the disciples in front of him and asked in a puzzled tone. When the disciples heard this, a trace of awkwardness flashed across their faces. Young master, it's not that we don't want to satisfy him, but we're not strong enough. However, this kick was indeed a little cool. Oh, just now you said that whoever is strong will get the opportunity. I think that makes sense. Senior brother Su, do you have any objections if I take these spirit fruits? Ling Xiao smiled faintly as the lightning intent around him suddenly surged out. It was like a divine punishment descending upon the world, intimidating everyone. At this moment, the entire side hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at the gloomy Su Yue with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Keep pretending. Why aren't you pretending anymore? Ha! Ha ha ha! Young Master Ling Xiao, what are you saying? The fortune in this world is naturally obtained by those who are capable. Su Yue swallowed hard. Even if Ling Xiao did not use the power of Tao, he would not have the courage to resist at all. Previously, in Sunset City, his Tao heart had been shattered by this successor of the Ling people. Looking at him now, he only felt his heart palpitating, and he wanted to die. What about you guys? Do you have any objections? Ling Xiao reached out and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a lightning sun appeared in the sky above his head. The violent power contained in it seemed to be able to shatter the sky. Young Master is unparalleled. If anyone dared to say no, they would be instantly smashed into nothingness by the lightning sun. In the blink of an eye, everything would be reduced to ashes. But I can do it with a snap of my fingers. What is forceful? Looks like no one has any objections. Then I will reluctantly accept it. Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. He reached out and plucked the fruits on the spirit tree one by one. When he plucked the third one, he threw it directly into his mouth. Slap, slap, slap. In the dead silence, the sound of Ling Zhao's slapping was very obvious. Everyone looked at the calm successor of the Ling people. Although they were filled with hatred, they did not dare to move. You don't say, it's really quite sweet. Try it. Ling Zhao casually plucked a spirit fruit and threw it to the crowd. Then he turned to look at Su Yue. Su Yue's body tensed up instantly. The aura around him showed signs of dissipating. Senior brother Su, goodbye. What a joke. Ling Zhao naturally did not care about the spirit fruits and spirit melons. What he cared about was the villain points that these extras contributed. If he killed all of them at once, it would be easy for Ling Zhao. But where could he get the villain points? Snatch the air? Only where there were people would there be people's hearts. The human heart was a mysterious thing. It could bend and stretch, be hard and soft, be righteous at times and dark at other times. And these were the roots of Ling Zhao's strength. Gulp. This spirit melon is mine. It's mine. An angry shout came from behind him. Then, the sound of spirit energy colliding rang out. Sigh, people's hearts are all greedy. A beautiful voice quietly sounded in Ling Zhao's mind. Beep, the host's behavior matches the villain's style. Villain points increased by 2,000 points. Chapter 144. Only when Ling Zhao's figure disappeared did Su Yue let out an angry roar. Spiritual light engulfed his body as he rushed towards the crowd. You're all going to die. You're all going to die. Boom! The heavenly light was extinguished. Su Yue, who was as docile as a dead dog in front of Ling Zhao, finally showed his might in front of the group of Xianqing and Solci disciples. Wherever his figure passed, screams of agony rang out incessantly. In just a short while, the entire side hall was filled with a strong smell of blood. Ah, demon! Run! Whoosh! Countless disciples scattered, and Su Yue's figure finally stopped in the middle of the main hall. He lowered his head and looked at the cloudy immortal sect disciple who was holding a spiritual melon. His eyes were already scarlet. You want to steal my creation too? Su Yue's voice was clearly hoarse, and his expression was frighteningly stiff. Senior brother Suyu, Puchi. But before the disciple could finish his sentence, Su Yue's hand had already pierced his chest. Senior brother. The remaining disciples of the Cloudy Millet Celestial Sect were dumbfounded. They watched in horror as Su Yue slowly retracted his hand, and a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly looked towards them. Hiss! Outside the side hall, Ling Zhao looked coldly at the Cloudy Immortal Sect disciple whose Tao heart had been shattered. His lips suddenly curved into a smile. In the eyes of ordinary people, Su Yue, who killed people, seemed more like a big villain. Haha, just because I can kill people I'm a villain? Am I too old, or can't even lift a blade? I don't even know how to kill people? That's one-sided, brother. Killing a few rotten fish and shrimps, exterminating the entire sect without a word, and slaughtering the inheritance. Ling Zhao probably wouldn't be able to survive until the 8 Desolation Glazed Pagoda's 9th seal was unlocked. He would be surrounded and killed by the Holy Mother of the Righteous Path. In the current Shenzhou, the Four Borders battles had never stopped. Even the various orthodoxies of the human race attacked each other. But these were just the Holy Mother's ways of controlling people. The world was at peace, and the sects were harmonious. What was the need for the saint religion to maintain order? However, whether it was an attack or a battle, there was always a reason for it. Otherwise, killing for no reason, being bellicose, and even having the tendency to unify the world would definitely attract the attention of the saint. In the end, he would be labeled as a demon and be punished by the saint. What's more, I'm a demon to begin with. In this immortal path, Which of the mighty figures who controlled the heavens and earth weren't old monsters who had lived for thousands of years? The insight and knowledge of these people were incomparable to that of ordinary people. If he was not careful, he might be consigned to eternal damnation. However, the shattering of Su Youwei's Tao heart and his descent into the demonic Tao had indeed exceeded Ling Zhao's expectations. However, this was just as well. In this way, he could only blame himself. Do you think Ling Zhao didn't kill him because he was merciful? Are you kidding me, a benevolent villain? He was afraid that he would be scolded like a dog again. The Cloud Grain Immortal Sect had always been on good terms with the Qin clan. Of these two supreme orthodoxies, one was the archenemy of the myriad Tao demon sect, while the other was the enemy of the Ling people. How could Ling Zhao be merciful to them? Folded Shadow, it's time for you to perform. Ling Zhao grinned. In the eighth desolation, glazed pagoda, Folded Shadow's eyes suddenly opened. A seductive smile also bloomed on her beautiful face. Ah! A miserable scream instantly resounded in the main hall. Ma Liang opened his eyes in a daze and saw that not far away, Su Youwei's senior brother Su was being held by the neck and lifted into the air. At this moment, the aura of this true disciple of the immortal sect had already withered to the extreme. His entire body was covered in terrifying bloody scars. The scars were long and bone-revealing. It was obvious that they were caused by a sharp weapon. At this moment, the remaining disciples of the immortal sect were all lying in a pool of blood. The thick stench of blood permeated the air, making the entire side hall look like purgatory. This figure. Ma Liang's expression froze. At this moment, he clearly saw that the figure who ruthlessly broke Su Youwei's neck was actually the young master of the Qin clan, Qin Lung. In his other hand, the flaming spirit fruit was emitting a dazzling radiance. Gulp. Ma Liang didn't even get a clear look at who had knocked him out with a kick. Could it be Ma Liang quietly changed his position and stuffed his head under the buttocks of a corpse beside him? He held his breath and tried his best to suppress the fear in his heart. At this moment, Qin Lang's gaze intentionally glanced at him before he turned around and disappeared from the main hall. Only when the entire side hall fell into silence, once more did Ma Liangfang stand up quietly, and his face had long since lost all color of blood. Senior brother Su, junior brothers, I will definitely not let you all die unjustly. After saying that, he carried Su Youwei's corpse and crazily rushed out of the ruins. Qin clan. This group of sanctimonious hypocrites. Qinlun, you will definitely pay the price. At the same time, in another ancient hall in the ruins, several disciples of the Qin clan looked at an ancient bluestone table in front of them. Their eyes were filled with joy. At this moment, on the table, a dark green dagger was emitting a faint light. It was like a devil's mark. Good stuff. Looking at this fluctuation, it's at least a divine artifact. We're rich. However, just as one of the Qin clan's youths reached out to grab the dagger, a resplendent light suddenly descended from the sky and directly sliced him into two. Gulp! Who is it? The expressions of the Qin clan's disciples changed greatly. When they raised their heads to look again, they saw a white-robed figure slowly descending. There was a sanctimonious, cold smile on his face. Su Youwei! Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were clearly filled with disbelief. You! I knew it. You righteous sects are all hypocrites. Actually, that was not the case. In this world, where there was sunlight, there would always be darkness. The so-called righteous sects did not necessarily have to be chivalrous and courageous. They were loyal and righteous. However, they mostly followed the rules of the sect. Benevolence and etiquette were the rules of the sect. However, humans were made of flesh and blood. How could they not have desires in their hearts? One could say that they were hypocrites or treacherous. After all, humans always like to stand under the sunlight and be praised by others. However, What made the Qin clan's disciples feel strange was that the Cloud Grain Immortal sect had always been on good terms with the Qin clan. Wasn't Su Yue afraid that his actions would ruin the relationship between the two sects? However, after thinking about it for a moment, everyone understood. Young Master Qinlun was not here. He was heading towards the central Great Hall. With just the few of them, it was impossible for them to be a match for this immortal sect's true disciple. As long as he did it cleanly and did not leave anyone alive, who would know how they died in this ruin, the charm of a divine artifact was still too great. Su Yue, you have a human face, but a beast heart. You will definitely suffer the wrath of the heavens. Young Master Lun will not let you off. The Qin clan's disciples gritted their teeth and exerted all their strength as they pounced towards Su Yue. It was impossible for them to run. Luckily, before they left, the Qin clan's elders gave them a talisman that could be used to transmit messages. Hopefully, young Master Lung could sense the danger here and quickly rush over to save their lives. Chapter 145. However, what surprised the Qin clan's disciples was that although Su Yue's spirit energy was unparalleled, it seemed like he didn't really want to kill them. It seemed like Su Yue was still afraid of our Qin clan. Senior brother Su, we don't want this divine artifact anymore. How about we just drop this matter? However, just as that disciple finished speaking, a clear light flashed in front of his eyes. Then, the world in front of him turned completely dark. At the same time, in the depths of the ancient ruins, Qin Lung looked at the surrounding disciples indifferently. He raised his hand and placed a flaming demonic flower into his pouch. Young Master Qin, your Qin clan's disciples have been slaughtered. A wretched voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. Qin Lung was stunned. He looked over, and a surge of breaking illusion surged out from his body. However, even with his cultivation level, he was unable to detect who the person who spoke was. However, at this moment, a trace of shock flashed through his eyes. His figure flashed and disappeared from his original spot. Damn it! Who is it that dares to slaughter my Qin clan's disciples? He's here. In the distant main hall, Su Yue suddenly sneered. The spiritual light in his hand suddenly shone brightly. He directly split the last Qin clan's disciple into two halves. Fresh blood and internal organs splattered on the ground. However, a trace of ridicule flashed through Su Yue's eyes. Who is it? Who dares to slaughter my Qin clan's disciples? Qin Lung's figure appeared at the entrance of the main hall. He looked at the corpse of his Qin clan's disciple that was split open. His face was distorted. Damn it! You deserve to die. Qin Lung unsheathed his immortal sword. An unparalleled sharpness instantly spread out. However, the white-robed figure in the main hall grabbed the pitch-black dagger on the green table. He turned around and fled into the distance. You are Su Yue. Looking at the figure that was covered in clear light, Qin Lang's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of astonishment. However, it instantly turned into a towering rage. Su Yue, you deserve to die. The entire ancient ruins instantly reverberated with a sharp shout. Many disciples from the small sects were so frightened that they felt a chill on their backs. Their hearts thumped. From that voice, it seemed to be heartless young Master Lung from the Qin clan. Wasn't the Qin clan on good terms with the Cloud Immortal sect? Why did the two suddenly fight against each other? Boom! Suddenly, a strange fluctuation came from the center of the ancient palace. Immediately after, countless disciples felt a heat in their hearts, as if their bodies were about to shatter. Damn it, that spiritual object is about to be born! This fluctuation isn't something we can contend against. Forget it. With the disciples of those supreme orthodoxies here, we'll just be sending ourselves to our deaths. Let's go. Many disciples pondered in their hearts. In the end, they truly didn't know how to resist this strange, burning feeling, and they left the ruins successively. Of course, there were also some who were not afraid of death. They gritted their teeth and walked towards the center of the ancient palace. In the era of great battles, monsters were born everywhere. Although they did not have the qualifications to dazzle the world, if they wanted to achieve something, sometimes they had to risk their lives. This world would never be fair. There were many who were born to be kings, but who said that mortals didn't have the ambition to become kings. However, just as the disciples exited the ruins, they inexplicably discovered several figures with powerful auras standing at the entrance of the ruins with their hands behind their backs. The white robe on his body was piercingly cold, and there was a powerful aura around him that suppressed the world. You have graced the territory of the Ling people with your presence. May I know what brings you here? An old figure slowly walked out from the Sunset City. His eyes were calm, but his aura had already reached the level of a peak divine overlord. So it's the Sunset City Lord. Don't worry, City Lord. We're not here for the fortune here. Young Master Qianlong of the Qin clan has killed a true disciple of our sect. Today, he must return to the Cloud Dew Immortal sect with us. The leading immortal sect elder shouted coldly, his face filled with killing intent. If Ma Liang hadn't seen it with his own eyes, they would never have believed that young Master Qin dared to kill a disciple of the Cloud Dew Immortal sect. The two supreme orthodoxies had a long history, and they were both supreme existences in the eastern region. However, when Ling Xiao joined the Myriad Demon sect, he vaguely showed signs of joining forces with the Ling people, which forced the Cloud Dew Immortal sect and the Qin clan to be friendly. But who would have thought that this friendship wouldn't last for long and would be broken by a mere Qin clan young master? For a fortune, he did not hesitate to kill 9 of the Cloud Dew Immortal sect's disciples, including a true disciple. If the two forces had no relationship, it would be inconvenient for the elders to intervene in the fight between the disciples. However, the emperor of the Qin clan had just paid a visit to the Cloud Dew Immortal sect and confirmed the direction of the joint development of the two supreme orthodoxies. However, in the blink of an eye, Qianlong had killed 9 of his disciples? The Cloud Dew Immortal sect naturally couldn't take this lying down. However, this was only Ma Liang's side of the story. The Cloud Dew Immortal master was cautious and checked his soul first. After confirming that Ma Liang was not controlled by others, he sent the elders to capture Qianlong and bring him back to the sect. Oh, is there such a thing? The Sunset City Lord's real name was Ling Ping. He was a servant of the Ling people. At this moment, seeing the killing intent on the elders of the Cloud Dew Immortal sect's faces, his vigilance dissipated a lot. Haha, then I won't disturb you. What a joke. These two sects had always been enemies with the Ling people. Now that they were fighting each other, Ling Ping was naturally happy to watch the fun. He only hoped that Qianlong would not die in the hands of Lord Ling Xiao. Otherwise, if there was no evidence, how could the two sects fight each other? Of course, if he could think of this, how could Ling Xiao not? At this moment, in the ancient palace, Ling Xiao looked at the young man who was waving his sword not far away with a sinister smile. His eyes were full of mockery. Beside him, Folded Shadow stood respectfully. His beautiful face flashed with a trace of fear. His master's thoughts were indeed terrifying. First, he asked her to pretend to be Qianlong and kill Su Yuwei and the others. Then he deliberately woke Ma Liang up and happened to see this scene. As such, the Cloud Dew Immortal sect's hatred for the Qin clan was naturally at its peak. Next, she disguised herself as Su Yuwei and killed all the disciples of the Qin clan to lure Qianlong. As such, the two orthodoxies were completely in a deadlock. But do you think that's the end? No. Finally, Ling Xiao ordered her to set up an illusion to lure Qianlong into the illusion. Then, all the disciples of the Cloud Dew Immortal sect would be killed by Qianlong. As such, this plan could be considered a perfect ending. After all, if Qianlong insisted that he did not kill anyone, it would be difficult to convince the two orthodoxies with just Ma Liang's words alone. Moreover, Would the Qin clan's master and Cloud do immortal master's methods? If they really wanted to abandon the two of them to prove their innocence, they could totally search their souls. The beauty of Ling Xiao's plan was that Qin Lung did not know that he was in an illusion. Therefore, he would probably think that he had killed someone. As for why he killed someone, both of them had their own reasons. But it was just a small matter. The battle of creation was motivated by greed. But no matter what, a true disciple of the Cloud Dew immortal sect had died. This matter could be big or small. It would depend on how deep the relationship between the two sects was. Of course, even if this matter ended with Qin Lung's death. In the future, the two orthodoxies would be suspicious of each other and would not be as united as before. How could a mere mortal imagine how sinister a villain could be? I don't know how to kill. I'm not cruel enough. I only know how to flirt. Haha, I'm playing with the situation. Chapter 146. Young Master! Stacked Shadow looked at Ling Xiao in awe as he took out a green dagger. Demonic light flickered on it, and Dao runes flickered. It was a rare treasure. You did well. Take this dagger as your reward. Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. Stacked Shadow was good at illusions. Even with Ling Xiao's Divine King level soul perception, he would not be able to see anything if not for the eye of Nirvana. As for Qin Lung, he was just a Paong cultivator. How could he detect anything? Of course, there was another reason why Ling Xiao trapped him here. The spirit fire had already appeared. If Qin Lung wanted to snatch the fire, he would definitely encounter Lin Shi. Although Lin Shi did not have much providence left, he was still the heavenly mandate. If Qin Lung went, he would definitely die. Once he died, all of Ling Xiao's plans would be ruined. Hence, sometimes, the one who killed was not necessarily the villain. The real villain would never reveal his identity easily. Young Master. Stacked Shadow was obviously flattered. How could she not feel the terror of this dagger? She really did not expect that her master, who was just a Paong cultivator, would be so generous. One had to know that a superior-grade divine artifact was a great fortune for a Paong cultivator. Previously, Stacked Shadow recognized Ling Xiao as her master because of his identity as the Pagoda Master and the Sky Demon. But now, Stacked Shadow was really in awe of this 17-year-old youth. His methods and thoughts were terrifying. Even his boldness was not something normal people could compare to. Not to mention others. Just look at that Yi person from before. Although she had never seen him before, she already knew from Miyong that they, as demonic beings, were just human pillar energy in Yi Fuqian's eyes. Perhaps they were just slaves in Ling Xiao's eyes. But Ling Xiao had already given them hope. One day, he would return them their freedom. In the past, Stacked Shadow did not believe it. Now, she somewhat believed it. Oh, and there's also this spirit fruit. I can faintly sense a trace of the principal power from it. I don't know if you can comprehend the principal power with your demonic body, but it's useless for me to keep it. You can take it too. Ling Xiao casually tossed the spirit fruit that he had snatched from Shuang. Shuang's eyes flashed with shock. The spirit fruit of Dao. She was only a step away from becoming a divine king. This spirit fruit was nurtured by heaven and earth and nourished by Dao laws. Even if it could not help her comprehend Dao laws, it would definitely help her improve her cultivation. If he could step into divine king in one go, it would definitely be a brand new world. 1,000 years had passed. Folded Shadow had never felt so wronged before. It turned out that there were still people who cared about him in this filthy world. The last man who treated her so well had died. It had been around 1,573 years. Thank you, my lord. Folded Shadow took a deep breath and bowed respectfully towards Ling Xiao. From the first day when Ling Xiao helped her break the seal, she had felt that this man was a pervert. Even today, the methods that Ling Xiao had displayed showed that he was a sinister and cunning person. But at this moment, Folded Shadow was willing to sacrifice herself for him. Go back. Cultivate well and strive to step into the divine king realm as soon as possible. Ling Xiao nodded with a gentle smile on his face. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it grass. Otherwise, why would these people be willing to die for him at the crucial moment? The path to immortality was dangerous. In the end, it was the human heart that was dangerous. Otherwise, didn't Su Yu Wei, the dignified light of righteousness, ultimately fall under the control of demonic thoughts and fall into eternal damnation? Ling Xiao could control the life and death of others not because he understood all the tricks. It was because of his strength and methods. The mighty figures that stood at the peak of the Shenzhou continent were all monsters that had existed for thousands of years. Not to mention humans. Even a dog would become extremely terrifying after living for thousands of years. Ling Xiao's demonic body would be exposed sooner or later. So before that, not only did he have to endure and lie low, but he also had to do his best to increase his strength and strengthen his wings. A person's strength was ultimately limited. Even the powerful sea god, flame emperor, and symbol ancestor had a few good brothers standing behind them. Ling Xiao was a villain. Of course, he didn't expect to meet such brothers who shared the same hardships as him. It was enough as long as these people were loyal to him. Calculating the time, Lin Shi should have found the spirit fire by now, right? Ling Xiao grinned. The reason why he didn't rush to the central Great Hall was to give Lin Shi enough time to find the opportunity that belonged to him. Nian Qingyun's providence was very terrifying, but the Luo Ri Divine Mountain Dungeon obviously didn't belong to her. If Ling Xiao hadn't interfered, she might have ended up with the young man who played with fire. However, Ling Xiao was a little curious. If Nian Qingyun really met Lin Shi, what would happen given their current relationship? In the depths of the ancient hall, the strange heat was increasingly terrifying. Even with Nian Qingyun's cultivation, she felt a sense of fear when she arrived here. This kind of fluctuation was invisible and unintentional. It was simply impossible to resist. If she hadn't comprehended the ethereal Tao law and could avoid most powers in the world, she would have had to retreat temporarily. However, the moment she finally walked into the hall, she saw a figure shrouded in flames, standing in the center of the ancient hall with his hands behind his back. In front of him, a black ancient cauldron was emitting a mysterious light. The white flames under it were constantly changing shape, as if they were extremely frightened. Hearing the movement behind him, the flames around Lin Shi's body trembled. He immediately looked as if he was facing a great enemy. However, the moment he turned around, his expression suddenly became sluggish. Qingyin, of course, he was able to come here because he had cultivated the burning scripture. Moreover, his body had merged with the 9-dragon thunder flame, so his resistance to the power of the spirit fire was incomparable to that of ordinary people. Of course, since entering the relic, Lin Shi had been surrounded and attacked by many sect disciples. However, although his strength couldn't be compared to Ling Xiao's, it was difficult for ordinary people in the Paoang realm to be a match for him. As the son of destiny, he was the most skilled at pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. However, Lin Shi had never expected that the first person to arrive here would be Nian Qingyun. You know me? Nian Qingyun frowned slightly and looked at the young man in front of her with some confusion. His aura was indeed somewhat familiar. However, his face, I am Lin Shi. Lin, she smiled bitterly and walked toward Nian Qingyun. Previously, the complicated relationship between the goddess of the Tao Palace and Ling Xiao had made him somewhat collapse. However, in the end, she was still the woman he loved the most. As long as she could change her mind and leave Ling Xiao, Lin she felt that he could still forgive her. After all, the taste of her jade feet swish. So it's you. Nian Qingyun's expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. A cold aura even spread out from her body. Lin Shi's expression froze. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. At this moment, how could he not feel the murderous intent in Nian Qingyun's eyes? This damned woman actually wants to kill me. After walking together for so long, they still came to a fork in the road. Qing, Qingyu, Lin Shi, I was wrong about you. Nian Qingyan shook her head and took a step forward. Suddenly, a golden phoenix soared into the sky behind her. A sacred and ethereal aura instantly filled the entire hall. Even Lin, she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Chapter 147. Nian Qingyan, you can't kill me. Have you forgotten that if it wasn't for me, you would have died in the ancient battlefield? If you kill me, your Taoist heart will be flawed. Lin, she roared crazily, not only because of Nian Qingyun's sudden killing intent, but also because, with his current strength, if he used all his trump cards, he might be able to defeat Nian Qingyan. That day, when he was in the Ling people's camp, he didn't dare to use the full power of the spiritual fire, which was why he was defeated by Ling Xiao. If the two of them fought to the death, Lin, she was confident that he had at least an 80% chance of killing Ling Xiao. After all, the magic of the burning scripture was not something that ordinary people could imagine, especially the fire lotus attack that Elder Ling had taught him. Once it was used, even a person in the later stage of Powong would be killed. However, with Lin Shi's current strength, once he used that attack, he would be in a weakened state for a long time. In other words, either the enemy died or he died. But now, if he fought with Nian Qingyan, he would not be able to deal with Ling Xiao. That bastard would not let him go easily. Maybe he was blocking the entrance of the relic, waiting for him to walk into the trap. Fortunately, he still had the last space, divine talisman. As long as he could take the undying heart flame, he could leave this place and find a barren mountain to break through in peace. When he could enter Powong and comprehend the Taoist law, coupled with the power of the two heaven and earth spiritual fires, he could kill Ling Xiao with a wave of his hand. But now it was the crucial time for him to subdue the spiritual fire. Once Nian Qingyan messed up his plan, he would be doomed eternally. Nian Qingyan, do you really not care about our old friendship? I said sorry to you, but it's because I love you too much. I don't want you to be taken by that bastard Ling Xiao. Don't you understand? Lin, she sneered in his heart when he saw the hesitation in Nian Qingyun's eyes. Suddenly, he dispersed the flames around him. Okay, since you want to kill me, I'll let you kill me. Come on. Seeing this, Nian Qingyun hesitated even more. She didn't have any feelings for Lin Shi, but he was right. If she killed him today, her Taoist heart would be covered in dust. At that time, if she wanted to break through, she would be disturbed by the demonic thoughts. Lin Shi, I'll spare your life today. I've cut off our karma. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Nian Qingyan turned around and walked towards the entrance of the hall. Her tone was extremely cold. Also, if you dare to touch Ling Xiao, I will kill you. After saying that, she felt that something was wrong. Why would she protect that bastard? His life is mine. I will kill him with my own hands to prove my great Tao. Qingyun SS S SDS TTS Qingyun Lin TTS TT TTS T TTS, and all of this was because of that damn successor of the Ling clan, Ling Xiao. No, I won't kill you. I'll turn you into a corpse puppet and never let you enter the cycle of reincarnation. Beep, the son of destiny and the daughter of destiny have turned against each other. Congratulations to the host for plundering 200 luck points. Villain points increased by 2,000 points. Outside the hall, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a playful smile as he watched the beautiful figure in white leave in a flash. Only 100 luck points left. Sure enough, Nian Qingyun's cautious. Saving someone's life's karma's involved. If I can't cut off the karmas, I'll suffer backlash. However, Ling Xiao's is. If Lin, she really died in Nian Qingyun's hands, I'll cry myself to death. After planning for a long time, the leaks was taken. As for Nian Qingyun, women's. She'll only affect the speed of our punches. Double quotes. Thank goodness. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and swaggered into the main hall. At this time, Lin Shi's body once again surged with monstrous flames. In front of him, the ink-colored ancient cauldrons emitted endless divine light. Purple and black flames transformed into the shape of a dragon, completely enveloping the cold white flames below. Withdraw! Lin Shi's eyes lit up with joy as he suddenly roared. The strange fluctuation that had filled the hall dissipated in an instant. The ancient cauldron's radiance dissipated and quietly floated above his head. I've finally succeeded. At this moment, Lin Shi really wanted to roar out loud to vent the anger in his heart. Amazing! Brother Lin, amazing! At this moment, a burst of applause suddenly came from the entrance of the main hall. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed. When he turned his head to look, Ling Xiao's figure had already landed in front of him. That spiritual fire's in this cauldron, right? Grandpa gave you this cauldron, right? Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the ink-colored ancient cauldron in midair. His eyes revealed a hint of greed. At this time, he could feel that the cauldron's grade had reached the level of a high-grade Dao artifact. His Emperor's star robe's might was on par with his. With Lin Shi's identity and background, it was impossible for him to come into contact with such a divine item. The only explanation was Grandpa's. Brother Lin, I like this cauldron very much. Why don't you give it to me? After saying that, Ling Xiao waved his hand. Dazzling lightning instantly enveloped the ancient cauldron, wanting to suppress it. Ling Xiao? Lin Shi's expression froze. Then his face abruptly turned sinister. Grandpa's? He called Grandpa's grandpa? Damn. And you're still saying there's no relationship between you two? You're even calling Grandpa. If Grandpa's hadn't colluded with Ling Xiao in advance, Ling Xiao wouldn't have known Grandpa's grandpas and not Grandpa's grandpas? Damn S. At this time, it wasn't that he didn't want to leave. It was just that he was unwilling to watch Ling Xiao snatch the spiritual fire and the green, demonic ancient cauldron from him. Transforming the spiritual fire into a lotus was his biggest reliance. This reliance was prepared for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was stunned when he saw Lin Shi's suddenly trembling body and pale face. The Chosen Ones and the Ancient Remnant Souls had a one-sided conflict. Congratulations to the host for plundering 100 luck points. Villain points increased by 1,000. Beep. The Chosen One's destiny's luck has been completely lost. Killing will give you an additional reward. What the F asterisk CK? What did I say wrong? All right. Lin, she must be wondering how I knew he had an old grandpa's grandpas. God's perspective, he wouldn't understand even if I told him. Previously, he had heard the system's notifications saying that Lin Shi's and the old grandpa's trust had decreased. Ling Xiao originally thought that the two of them must have had some conflict because of the failure to obtain the spiritual fruit of Dao. But something doesn't seem right. Lin, she doesn't look like he's just furious. Why does he look like he's resentful? Could it be? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and a playful smile appeared on his face. His existences in the eyes of others was simply incomprehensible. But in this world, how could there be something impossible? Therefore, there was room for imagination. Looking at Lin Shi's expression, it was obvious that he must have guessed something. Of course, it couldn't be because of Ling Xiao's identity as a traitorous author. It could only be something else. For example, how did Ling Xiao know of Elder Ling's existence? Wonderful. Once the Chosen One's imagination started to fill in the gaps, it's really lethal. Ha, just as I thought. When did it start? Lin Shi sighed and a trace of loneliness flashed across his eyes. This scene was extremely similar to those resentful men who caught adultery at the scene in his previous life. What? Brother Lin, what are you talking about? Ling Xiao snickered in his heart. To be honest, he wasn't afraid of any remnant soul's body. According to Lin Shi's settings, the old grandpas in the ring must have been in existence that could intimidate a region. Even if he was one of the strongest in the ancient era, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be cautious when facing such a person. After all, no matter how strong Nine Nether was, she was at most a peak divine king or a first-grade divine emperor when she was alive. This old grandpa's could have been in the revered realm or even the saint realm. Chapter 148. Back in the northern wilderness ruins, the ancient remnant soul that Yi Fan had awakened had almost killed Ling Xiao in one blow. Although that person's cultivation realm was a little impressive, he had also fallen for millions of years and had even used his own cultivation to seal the immemorial demonic blade. As such, there was not much soul power left. Even so, Ling Xiao had still broken a peerless Dao artifact to escape death. Now, although Lin Shi's luck had dissipated, who knew how much strength that old man had recovered? Therefore, Ling Xiao had to be more cautious. Villains often died because of carelessness. I'll let you make 3 moves. Boom! Have you not seen enough plots of being killed in one move? Now, Lin Shi had obviously entered a state of imagination. He and that old man had turned against each other. For Ling Xiao, there were endless benefits. What am I saying? You're still pretending. Fine. I'll let you pretend. Lin, she sneered, and was about to take off the ring on his finger. Like hell, I'll believe you. The two of you are obviously acting together. But on second thought, he hesitated. According to Elderling, he had sealed the Tianyuan mystic realm back then because he had discovered an ancient ruin. It was the place where an almighty had fallen. There was even an immemorial emperor flame, which was ranked in the top 3 of the spirit fire list. If he killed him now, that mystic realm would have no fate with him. Luckily, Elderling was now in a deep sleep. This way, it would not be considered a falling out. This rotten old man was indeed very bad. Next, Lin she just had to be careful and feed Elderling some supplements every day. He would not be able to cause any trouble. As long as he found that mystic realm, Elderling's value would be completely squeezed dry. When the time came, he would definitely make that old man kneel down and beg for his forgiveness. Only then would he understand who was the true son of destiny in this world. Looking at the constantly changing expression of the young man in front of him, Ling Xiao was completely stunned. Damn! Lin Shi's imagination was a little serious. Sometimes he would laugh, and sometimes he would cry. It felt like he had already imagined his entire life in this short period of time. Ling Xiao shook his head. Suddenly, lightning surged around him. At the same time, he changed his hand seals and condensed a terrifying lightning sun above Lin Shi's head. Sorry, I'm going to take your life while you're imagining things. Buzz! Terrifying lightning fell from the sky, and Lin Shi's face instantly turned pale. However, by the time he reacted, the great path thunder sun had already enveloped him. F***CK. I'm not ready yet. I haven't even used my trump card, and you've already made your move? What a beast. This Ling Xiao is a beast. Intense pain assaulted Lin Shi, and he felt as if all the skin on his body had split open. The thick smell of blood instantly filled the air. However, Ling Xiao's eyes were fixed on the ancient cauldron in midair. Merging with the heaven and earth spirit fire meant endless danger to anyone. Even though Ling Xiao has a lot of tricks up his sleeves, and all of them are top-notch in this realm, but we don't have the experience. In the past, we've seen how the children of destiny endured hardships and managed to completely merge with the spiritual fire only after a narrow escape. However, they have the help of the old man. It seems that we still have to deal with that ancient remnant soul. He must have the method to merge with the spiritual fire. As long as we master the technique, Teacher said that we can even pour oil through the mouth of a copper coin. However, Just as Ling Xiao waved his hand and was about to completely suppress the ancient cauldron, his face suddenly froze. That's not right. Why didn't the system send out any notification when I killed the child of destiny? At this moment, he clearly felt a wave of extremely terrifying heat surging out from within the lightning sun. At the same time, thunderclouds began to gather in the sky above the entire hall, covering thousands of miles. Streaks of terrifying lightning meandered and roared, as if they were going to crush all living things. There were a few familiar scenes. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed, and the sword Dao Law instantly condensed in his hand. However, before he could swing his hand, he saw a figure shrouded in flames suddenly tear through space and disappear from the hall. At the same time, the system's voice leisurely sounded. The child of destiny has broken through in the face of danger. Luck points increased by 1,000. The killing mission has been delayed. Damn it, I was careless. Ling Xiao's face was immediately filled with shock. He should have guessed that this child of destiny, who was modeled after the Flame Emperor, would definitely not be as easy to kill as the previous ones. However, he was really surprised that this villain could still break through before his death after losing all his luck. Although this was indeed a cliché, it could be said to be a classic. Ling Xiao did not expect that he would be lucky enough to see it with his own eyes. The villain died because of carelessness. The alarm bells were ringing. He abandoned the cauldron and the spiritual fire and ran away just like that? This Lin, she has become a coward. According to the usual routine, when the child of destiny broke through before his death, wouldn't he have to publicly humiliate and crush the villain? Why was the plot a little wrong this time? However, another 1,000 luck points. It seemed that this Lin she had an even greater opportunity. It was even more terrifying than this heaven and earth spirit fire. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao would not have protected him like this. It was a pity that after today, Lin Shi's Tao heart would most likely be shattered. Otherwise, he would not have run away so decisively. Moreover, from the previous system notification, Ling Xiao also knew that his relationship with that ancient mighty figure had been completely broken. After all, there is no such thing as absolute loyalty in this world. Loyalty was just a method used by those in power to control people's hearts. Yes, your loyalty is commendable. I will bestow upon you the title of Righteous Marquis. In the end, the bargaining chip to maintain loyalty was still benefits. Whether it was fame or status, wealth was even more direct. And the most direct betrayal was, of course, to give him more irresistible temptations. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. At this moment, Lin, she was most likely certain that the old man had betrayed him and was thinking of how to kill him. Hee, little cutie, charge! Bring me to riches and find more opportunities. However, just as Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and was about to put the ancient cauldron in the air into the 8 desolation glazed pagoda, the space in the entire hall suddenly fluctuated for a moment. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed, but the corner of his mouth revealed a playful smile. There was actually someone who did not know what was good for him and dared to snatch the opportunity from him. Was it because his fierce name was not fierce enough? Or was it another ant who thought he could do it? Buzz! The space trembled, and a strange fluctuation instantly enveloped the entire hall. At the same time, a black-clothed figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. His face actually carried a wisp of the joy of a mantis stalking a cicada. Hee, junior brother Ling, long time no see. Hearing the voice, Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows, but there was no panic in his eyes. Instead, there was a bit of surprise. Zhuge Lian? Was this guy's brain short-circuited? He actually dared to have designs on him? Or did he think that he was stronger than Lin Shi? With this senior brother's steady character, if he did not have something to rely on, he would not dare to appear rashly. Hee, so it's senior brother Zhuge. Ling Xiao's gaze was like a sword, instantly tearing apart the void. Zhuge Lian only smiled indifferently, and his Powong aura suddenly surged out. Chapter 149. Powong State? Is this what you're capable of? Eldest senior brother, I see that you're quite interested in this. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. He had already guessed Zhuge Liuyun's cultivation level. A eldest senior brother of a supreme Taoist orthodoxy could not possibly be a Xianqing. Even the other true disciples of the great elder's home had broken through to Powong State. Although this eldest senior brother's talent was not outstanding, he was definitely not useless. Moreover, he had a steady personality and a strong Tao heart. Even if such a person lacked talent and providence, he would still be able to reach the peak of the martial Tao. However, Ling Xiao did not expect the steady eldest senior brother to be so arrogant. He was merely in Powong State and was not a Tao law demon. He did not have any providence to speak of. How dare he have designs on Ling Xiao? Junior brother Ling, there's something I want to verify with you. Did Lin, she really take the spirit fruit of Tao? Zhuge Liuyun blinked his big innocent eyes. He looked naive and honest. However, this question sounded like a trap. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with realization. It was too obvious. Since Zhuge Liuyun dared to show himself, he must have thought that he could do it. However, with his Powong State ability, how could he be so sure that he could kill Ling Xiao? He must have other trump cards, other than that firewolf. There should be no one else who cared about the spiritual fruit of Tao, right? Could it be that the two of them had joined forces? That was true. What was so rare about a spiritual fruit of Tao? Compared to the spiritual fire of heaven and earth in front of him, it was not even worth mentioning. However, with Firewolf's identity, he would definitely not dare to offend the Ling people. He could not even afford to offend any of the sects that had entered the historical remains. However, if someone dared to bear the crime of killing Ling Xiao, it was likely that no one would miss out on this heavenly opportunity, especially since the Firewolf had cultivated the law of fire. If it was a water wolf, he probably wouldn't be tempted. Wonderful. He was originally a minor character who would not live for more than 3 chapters. Unintentionally, he perfectly fit the plot and had more chances to show his face. Haha, senior brother Zhuge, are you doubting my character? Besides, it's just a spirit fruit. Do you think I'd want it? Ling Xiao sneered with a look of disdain. To be honest, Ling Xiao really didn't care about a spirit fruit. Even if there wasn't an exact copy in the system, it wouldn't be difficult to find a similar replacement. The main thing was that Lin, she wanted it. How could he let the son of destiny have his way? After all, these opportunities would trigger a new storyline for them. Either they would become stronger, or the people around them would become stronger. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't let that happen. A soft persimmon was easier to pinch. You, Zhuge Liuyun narrowed his eyes. Based on his understanding of Ling Xiao, there was an 80% chance that the spirit fruit was with him. However, what made him slightly puzzled was, when did Ling Xiao's personality change? In the past, Ling Xiao was arrogant and domineering. He did not put anyone in his eyes at all. Although the current Ling Xiao was as arrogant and domineering as before, Zhuge Liuyun felt that he seemed to have become more shrewd. He couldn't let him continue to grow. Otherwise, even if he hid in the savage swamp, he wouldn't be able to escape from the claws of this descendant of the Ling people. Haha, it doesn't matter. Regardless of whether the spirit fruit is with you or not, you will definitely die today. Zhuge Liuyun smiled indifferently and raised his head to look at the ancient cauldron above the hall. He had done quite a bit of research on cauldrons. The strange fluctuation that enveloped the hall was formed by his natal spiritual treasure, the sky imprisoning divine cauldron. This ancient cauldron was personally bestowed by the myriad Tao demon master Wan Rendi. Its might was unparalleled, and it formed its own space. This was also the reason why he didn't use the chaos cauldron when he obtained it. After all, 2 spirit treasures with similar uses didn't have much meaning to him. However, the ancient cauldron in front of him that was emitting a dim light instantly attracted Zhuge Liuyun's gaze. Dao artifact. It was definitely a Dao artifact. He didn't expect it. Today he came here to kill Ling Xiao. He didn't expect that there would be an unexpected harvest. Senior Martial Brother Zhuge. Hey, wake up! Ling Xiao waved his hand, and a ray of lightning instantly shone brightly. It turned into a palm print out of thin air and landed in front of Zhuge Liuyun. HM? Despicable. Zhuge Liuyun's eyes slightly congealed. Boundless demonic light instantly surged out from his body and faintly turned into a demonic shadow that enveloped his body. Slap. However, no matter how strong Zhuge Liuyun was, he was only at the initial stage of the Paong realm. How could he be Ling Xiao's opponent? Of course, Ling Xiao didn't use his full strength for this palm. He only casually waved his hand. A clear sound of a slap instantly resounded, and Zhuge Liuyun's figure was actually slapped away. Senior Martial Brother, are you awake? Don't think blindly. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. However, a hint of pondering flashed past his eyes. When he was at the profound, clear stage, he once relied on his demonic body to kill a Paong realm cultivator who had comprehended the power of law. Now that he had stepped into the Paong realm, he wondered if he could use the means he had to kill a divine overlord. Ling Xiao! You! Zhuge Liuyun's figure landed heavily on the ground. Dust and smoke filled the sky, and a trace of blood instantly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. A clear palm print appeared on his face, and there was a faint smell of burnt flesh. However, at this moment, there was still no hint of panic in his eyes. Instead, there was a hint of relief. He could see Ling Xiao's talent at a glance. Before this, he thought that with his strength, even if he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao, he could still hold on for a while. However, it seemed that the invincible immortal appearance wasn't just for show. But so what? So what if you could suppress an entire realm and even kill an enemy who was above a realm? Could it be that you could cross two realms and kill a divine overlord? One should know that in the current Shengzhou, if the venerables didn't appear, emperors were the strongest. All the supreme orthodoxies were controlled by emperors. Although there were many divine kings, they definitely had the qualifications to establish their own sections. Although Huolang's cultivation hadn't truly stepped into the divine king realm, he was at the peak of the divine overlord realm. Although a wild mountain demon like him couldn't be compared to an ancient sect's divine overlord realm, he was still at the peak of the divine overlord realm. If he couldn't even take care of an ant in the Paong realm, then what was the point of dividing the realms? If you could destroy the heavens, earth, and air, even divine kings would be your grandsons. The end of the story. Senior brother, everyone's time is precious. Otherwise, someone will scold me again. What skills do you have? Quickly show them. Ling Xiao sighed. Calculating the time, it was about time for Qinleng to walk out of the illusionary realm. He didn't want to miss out on the upcoming show. Sigh, how sad. In this world, there would be one less heartless young Master Lung and one more scapegoat young Master Lung. Skills? Haha. Looks like Junior Brother Ling Xiao has guessed it. Is the sadness in your eyes because of the regret before your death? Zhuge Liuyun looked at the young man in front of him. Especially the pity that flashed in the young man's eyes. It made him feel an indescribable joy. Regret and whatnot were indeed the most pleasurable things. Chapter 150. No, I just feel that the Universal Demon Sect will lose another peerless genius today. Sigh, what a pity, senior brother. Originally, I planned to look for you after the engagement. I know that there are some misunderstandings between us, but you and I are both true disciples of the demon sect. We should work together. Ling Xiao sighed, but there was an inexplicable playfulness at the corner of his mouth. With Zhuge Liuyun's steadiness, even with Huolang's help, the reason why he dared to make a move on him was probably because of the fear in his heart. He was afraid that he would kill him one day, so he was in a hurry to make a move. He was right. Ling Xiao had never planned to let go of this senior brother of the true disciples. Even if the sect master pleaded for mercy, would sparing the life of a person who was full of resentment be enough to earn his respect? No. Sparing him would only make him feel more ashamed. If he saw the opportunity one day, he would probably still make a move on him without hesitation. This kind of person could not be left alive. Moreover, there was no friendship between the two of them. Killing him would not affect Ling Xiao's Dao heart. Of course, with the help of the system, his Dao heart would not affect his cultivation level. However, it would more or less affect his comprehension of the great Dao. Be careful. Most villains die because they are overconfident. Focus on the main point. As villains, we have to pretend to be the most awesome and walk the most stable path. Otherwise, once the path collapses, we will be consigned to eternal damnation. Are you telling the truth? Looking at the expression on Ling Xiao's face, Zhuge Liang was indeed hesitant for a moment. In the blink of an eye, his face turned gloomy again. In the end, he still coveted the position of the young master of the Universal Demon Sect, especially since this position was originally his. But because Ling Xiao suddenly joined the sect, he had to give it up. This feeling was like, I have already taken off my pants, but you are telling me that you are a man. Zhuge Liang could not take this lying down. Moreover, he had already promised Hualang that the spiritual fire would be his. If he were to compromise now, do you think the fire wolf would swallow him alive? Ling Xiao, stop pretending. Everyone in the Shenzhou continent knows about your temperament. Do you really think I'll be so easily deceived by you? Zhuge Liang coldly snorted. His face was filled with resentment. Sigh, senior brother, you don't know. The sect master came looking for me. I can choose not to give you face. But his face, Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly, but he was happy in his heart. At this moment, the system's voice continuously resounded in his mind. It is very obvious that Zhuge Liang's heart is already filled with regret. Wonderful. The villain points had to be taken from the minor characters with names. That was the fastest way. When he truly regretted it, haha, if we fight again, it will definitely be very exciting, right? In life, we should give others more surprises. Only then can we live up to our reputation as the light of righteousness. What? Master? As expected, when he heard Ling Xiao's words, Zhuge Liang's eyes congealed. His heart was filled with regret. If it wasn't for the fact that his life was in danger, he naturally wouldn't dare to personally take action against Ling Xiao. As for the fire wolf, now that he had already kept it in the beast trapping pouch, if he were to bring it back to the sect, many elders would probably be very happy. After all, the monster core of a deity, overlord great monster, was a treasure. Junior brother. Actually, senior brother, you don't have to say any more. Since you have already decided, let's see who has more tricks up his sleeve today. Ling Xiao's expression suddenly became serious. Even his tone carried a hint of decisiveness. Hearing that, Zhuge Liang was instantly stunned. Damn it! What did I decide? Am I not going to betray you? Why aren't you giving me a chance? You. Fine. You forced me to do this. Zhuge Liang didn't know how he released the fire wolf. At this moment, he only felt that his mind was in a daze. The development of the situation didn't seem right. However, he couldn't tell what was wrong. He came to kill Ling Xiao because he was afraid that the latter would kill him. However, Ling Xiao also said that he had always wanted to bury the hatchet with him. Even the sect master had communicated with him. This devil sect's young master didn't have any intention of killing him. But today, since he wanted to kill Ling Xiao could only take action. In that case, this junior brother didn't seem to be in the wrong. He was only forced to make a move. The one who was in the wrong was actually himself. Zhuge Liang swallowed his saliva fiercely. F***ck, I was too careless. Boom! A monstrous heat surged out. A fiery red figure suddenly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Ling people brat, it really was you who stole my spirit fruit. A hint of anger flashed across Firewolf's eyes, and a bloodthirsty fierceness appeared on his face. He didn't hear the conversation between the two of them. However, since Zhuge Liang released him, it was obvious that he was prepared to make a move on this descendant of Ling people. Senior, who told you that the spirit fruit is in my hands? Ling Xiao didn't feel surprised at all. The calmness on his face caused Zhuge Liang and Firewolf to be stunned at the same time. He was actually not afraid at all. Facing a peak divine lord expert, this youth, whose cultivation was only at the Paong realm, was actually not panicking at all. There's a ghost. There's definitely a ghost. Firewolf turned around and looked at Zhuge Liang cautiously. However, at this moment, the latter's expression seemed to be somewhat sluggish. He immediately felt uneasy. Could it be that these two senior brothers wanted to join hands to trick him? But if that was the case, why did he release him? Wouldn't it be better to directly bring him to the Myriad Tao Devil sect? Sigh. I'm a person who will eat anything when I'm ruthless, but I won't eat injustice. Senior, if you don't believe me, I can give you the Qinkuan bag. Take a look for yourself. As he spoke, Ling Xiao actually threw the Qinkuan bag towards Firewolf. Frank and open, without any pretense. Firewolf was a little hesitant. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't seem to be lying, could it be that this true disciple of the devil's sect lied to him? Senior. Zhuge Liang clenched his teeth and finally looked at Ling Xiao meaningfully. Perhaps that spirit fruit has already been eaten by him? It's useless to talk about this now. The spirit fire is in the ancient cauldron. Why don't... Hearing this, a hint of hesitation flashed across Firewolf's eyes. Zhuge Liang was right. It was a little too late to regret now. Since they had shown their killing intent towards this disciple of the Ling people would definitely not let them off easily. If that was the case, why not go all the way? As for Ling Xiao's current actions, he was probably trying to make the two of them turn against each other. Only then would he have a chance to escape. It had to be said that imagination was really something. Looking at the ruthless expression on Zhuge Liang's face, Ling Xiao finally nodded his head. Suddenly, a ray of light bloomed in his eyes. There was an endless amount of villain points to plunder. The main thing was that there was still a good show waiting for him at the entrance of the ruins. If he dawdled for a while longer, Qin Lung would probably be hammered to death. Right. Since the two of you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Chapter 151. Ling Xiao, you still dare to be arrogant when you are about to die. This place has already been sealed by my heaven imprisoning cauldron. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Zhuge Liang coldly snorted. The hesitation in his eyes had completely disappeared. Although he had a steady personality, he wasn't an indecisive person. Although killing Ling Xiao would bring him a lot of trouble, it would also bring him many benefits. As for who would take the blame for this, as long as I can trick this Firewolf into the demon trapping pouch, everything else will be easy. After all, the enemy of 10,000 people is my master. To be honest, senior brother, as a villain, I'm not as good as you. Ling Xiao sighed, and a layer of light suddenly lit up in his eyes. The Firewolf also took a deep breath, and the flames around his body suddenly surged. He was determined to obtain this spiritual fire. Otherwise, he would have no hope of becoming a divine king in this life. Ling Xiao, let's see what other tricks you have. Although the demonic qi on Ling Xiao's body was terrifying, Zhuge Liang didn't panic at all. No matter how many trump cards you have, in front of absolute strength, it was useless. Then, senior brother, open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. Ling Xiao grinned. In front of him, two figures suddenly broke through the air and quietly stood in midair. Woo! The sky demon qi surged out. The temperature of the entire hall seemed to have dropped to the freezing point. Stacked Shadow and Mi Yong bowed towards Ling Xiao, their faces filled with reverence. Master! So, the fire wolf didn't even hesitate as his figure flashed and wanted to escape. How could he not feel the terrifying and ferocious aura emanating from the two people who had suddenly descended? Although he was in the divine overlord realm, he was just a wild mountain demon. How could his fighting strength be compared to a true ancient race expert? Furthermore, for some reason, the aura of the two demonic figures wasn't just terrifying. It actually contained a trace of true demonic intent. Where are you going? Stacked Shadow laughed, and his figure instantly disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the fire wolf. At this time, the sect disciples in the ancient palace had basically all left. Even if there were a few people left, they would probably only be searching for treasures in the periphery. If Ling Xiao was not wrong, the experts of the Cloud Millet Immortal sect should have already arrived here. However, if they had the slightest bit of brains, they would definitely not dare to enter the ruins. This was the territory of the Ling people, and he was the descendant of the Ling people. Naturally, no one would interfere when their peers competed for treasures. However, if the Cloudy Millet Immortal sect's experts dared to enter the secret realm, they would definitely attract the suspicion of the Ling people. If you say that you came down here just to look for someone, would anyone believe you? You said that you would love me until the end of time. Why did you turn around and sit on someone else's little wild horse? Therefore, things like oaths shouldn't be taken lightly. He was just trying to lighten the mood. Deep in love, everyone shook, hugged, bumped, and screamed. Tomorrow was a new day. So, I worked hard day and night until I sold 2 kidneys and drove a Mustang. But you told me that the door of the sports car is too low and that you like Big G now. F***CK. Damn it. Lord Ling Xiao, I have no intention to be your enemy. It was all Zhuge Liang who lied to me. If you let me leave, I promise that I will not tell a third person about today's matter. Hua Lang's expression froze as panic could be seen in his tone. Although I really want to believe you, but I trust dead people more. Ling Xiao sneered. Before Zhuge Liang could react, Miang's figure had already appeared behind him. Gulp. Big senior brother, it's not that you can't be a villain, but you clearly don't have the qualifications. Ling Xiao shook his head. However, he did not immediately kill him. Instead, he placed his gaze on that god, Overlord Hualang. I will give you a chance. If you can withstand a few of my attacks, perhaps I can give you a chance to live. A few attacks? You? Pucci. Hualang sneered in his heart. However, his face revealed a grateful expression. Many thanks to young master for not killing me. Not to mention a few attacks. Even if young master were to hit me with a few hundred attacks, Xiaohu would be willing. Hualang took a deep breath. At this moment, he could not help but think that when young master makes his move later, he must cooperate and spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood and pretend to be dispirited. Otherwise, once young master is unhappy, he is afraid that he will lose this chance. A few hundred attacks? Ling Xiao nodded his head and sneered. His eyes flickered with soul light as a majestic aura instantly spread out. This ripple. Hualang's fierce eyes slightly congealed. The contempt on his face suddenly froze. God King, how is this possible? You are actually a God King. At this moment, Zhuge Liang's legs went soft as he collapsed onto the ground. How is this possible? God King? A 17-year-old God King expert? What the F***CK, this is ridiculous. Are you F***King kidding me? Ling Xiao did not care about the two-sphere. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up as his eyes shone with soul light. Above his head, it transformed into an ancient seal. Buzz! The space trembled as the sound of Tao resounded loudly. Even the sky imprisoning cauldron that enveloped the hall faintly trembled, as if it could not withstand the power of Ling Zhao's seal. Great, desolate sky imprisoning seal. One seal to suppress mountains and rivers. Boom! On top of the ancient seal, divine light circulated. An aura that could suppress heaven and earth instantly rippled out. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally understood why those children of destiny had to shout out the name of the attack before they made their move. It's so imposing. Everyone, pay attention. I am going to act cool. Open your dog eyes wide and look carefully. No. At this moment, looking at the terrifying soul seal that descended from the sky, Hualang's eyes were bloodshot. Immediately, the flames outside his body soared into the sky and vaguely transformed into a wolf's shadow, crashing towards the ancient seal fiercely. Boom! A terrifying loud sound immediately reverberated throughout the entire ancient ruin. Even the countless sect disciples who were watching at the entrance felt the entire barren mountain tremble violently at this moment. Earthquake! Earthquake! Run! However, just as they were about to run down the mountain with their spiritual power, the shaking disappeared instantly. The elders of Yunshu sect narrowed their eyes and looked at each other. They all saw the shock in each other's eyes. The fluctuation just now was obviously caused by the collision of the attacks, and it must be the attack of a divine lord or above. But who dared to covet the fortune here under the eyes of Ling people? Ling Ping, the governor of Sunset City, also frowned, but he did not enter the ruin in the end. Instead, he silently crushed a sound transmitting talisman in his hand. In the ancient hall, Hualang's eyes were wide open. He watched the ancient seal shatter the void, crush everything, and finally fall on him. No. Gulp. Seeing this scene, Zhuge Liuyun's legs trembled, and a wonderful smell suddenly drifted away. So cruel. Ling Xiao actually hid his strength so well. He actually had the means to crush a divine lord. How heartless. He clearly gave him a chance. Why did he court death? At this moment, Zhuge Liuyun's intestines turned green. Chapter 152. Cough, cough. Dust filled the air as the ground crumbled. The entire hall was shrouded in a cloud of dust. However, a coughing sound came from the place where the seal landed. Soon after, a figure bathed in blood walked out unsteadily from within. At this moment, Firewolf's aura was already extremely weak. Even his qi and blood stopped churning. He looked at Ling Xiao in horror, and his face was filled with fear and despair. Invincible immortal? That's more than invincible immortal. He's a young king. No wonder the successor of the Ling clan didn't show any signs of fear from the start. Even without the two great demons by his side, he was afraid that with his trump cards he might not be a match for him. It's still not working. Ling Xiao shook his head, his face filled with regret. Even with his God King divine soul, he still couldn't kill a deity overlord. It wasn't because he didn't have enough soul power, but because his cultivation was restricted by the heavens and earth. He couldn't fully activate the seal's power. Moreover, Hualang was a peak divine overlord, but he didn't have any decent treasures. Divine overlords from normal sects would definitely have some life-saving trump cards. Looks like I have to increase my cultivation as soon as possible. Also, it's best not to use this divine soul secret technique. After all, soul cultivators were almost extinct in Shenzhou. Once he showed his talent, who knows if the hypocrites in the sacred sect would label him as a demon. Even though I'm a demon, it's best to be safe in the early stages. If he stuck his head out, he would be beaten to a pulp. Ling Xiao sighed. If anyone else were to see this scene, they would definitely start cursing again. You're a Pawang cultivator. You almost killed a peak divine overlord with one seal, and you're still not satisfied? Young master. Can I leave now? Firewolf swallowed hard. At this moment, almost all the bones in his body were broken. If he didn't use his bloodline power at the last moment, that seal would have been enough to kill him. F***CK. Why was I bragging? Hundreds of attacks? Hulang was about to cry. Leave. Senior, don't be anxious. This is just the beginning. Ling Zhao's original intention was to test what level his current combat strength had reached. This way, he would have more confidence in acting tough in the future. Otherwise, once he offended someone he shouldn't offend, he would definitely fall into a predicament no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve. After all, I'm the villain. Unlike the Son of Destiny, as long as he acted tough, he would definitely succeed. Gulp, young master is mighty. Xiao Hua is terrified. Young master, why not? However, before Hulang finished speaking, a pitch-black demonic blade suddenly appeared in Ling Zhao's hand. A terrifying demonic chant resounded. Streaks of cold and evil aura swept towards the crowd like a tidal wave. At this moment, even Diying and Mi Yong had a trace of fear in their eyes. The kind of suppression that seemed to come from their souls almost caused them to kneel on the ground. What a terrifying devil intent! Under Zhuge Liuyun's body, a puddle of water immediately flowed out. However, why had he never seen Ling Xiao use such a terrifying demonic saber before? Moreover, this devil intent seemed to be different from the devil technique that the myriad Dao demon sect cultivated. Gulp. Hualang's legs trembled slightly as his fur stood on end. At this moment, he could feel that the power of this demonic saber was probably 10,000 times more terrifying than the soul seal just now. Young master! Spare me! Hualang fell to his knees with a plop. At this moment, the dignity of a deity overlord and the dignity of an expert were obviously useless. Wasn't it good to be alive? Even if he couldn't break through to the Divine King realm, he could still live a long and carefree life. Why did he? It was all that damned devil sect's true disciple's fault. If he hadn't bewitched him, would he have lost his mind? Attacking the successor of the Ling people? This wasn't courting death, this was suicide. Senior, get ready. I'm going to wield my saber. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. It wasn't impossible to tame a deity, Overlord Hualang. However, for a wild demon like him, his talent was only SOSO. It was already considered lucky for him to be able to cultivate to the deity Overlord realm. Wanting to break through to the Divine King realm was no different from a fool's dream. Ling Xiao didn't care about such a demon beast. What he wanted was someone who could accompany him as he grew and conquer the world with him. Xiao Tu's luck wasn't high, but there were still 1,000 of them. As long as they were given enough cultivation resources, they would be able to break through. In other words, this Hualang wasn't worth Ling Zhao's divine sense. Young master. Hualang's eyes flashed with a sinister glint when he heard that. You forced me to do this. Ling Xiao, you forced me to do this. Even if I die, I'll make sure you die with me. Boom! Monstrous flames suddenly surged out from his body. There seemed to be a faint smell of blood in the air. Did you detonate your demon core? Ling Xiao smiled playfully. Before Firewolf could make a move, Folded Shadow and Mi Yong appeared in front of him, one on the left and one on the right. What do you want? Mi Yong sneered. He was already envious of Ling Zhao's overlapped shadow spirit treasure pill. Now that he finally had a chance to show off, he naturally didn't want to miss it. Demonic chi surged as Mi Yong's figure grew to several dozen feet in size and grabbed Hualang in his hand. Although his cultivation was 2 levels lower than Hualang's, he was still a chaos ape. He was born in the ancient era of chaos, so his combat strength wasn't something an ordinary divine overlord could compare to, especially a demonic beast from a barren mountain. In his eyes, it was nothing more than a fart. The flames all over Firewolf's body were instantly suppressed. His entire body was like a doll being toyed with by the devil ape. Don't kill him!" shouted Ling Xiao. Mi Yong's eyes flickered with coldness, but the fire wolf had a grateful expression on its face. "Thank you for sparing my life, young master. I will never forget your kindness." "Hold him tight. I'll test my saber." Ling Xiao ignored Huolang's flattery. He held the demonic saber with both hands and swung it at Huolang's head. "No, no. Ah, Mommy!" The fire wolf let out 2 blood-curdling screams in a row. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, but the demonic saber didn't fall. Mi Yong, a little to the left. Yes, a little to the right. Step back. Yes, that's it. Ling Xiao nodded with satisfaction. "You, hurry. Hurry up and kill me. Hurry!" Huolang cried. He was really crying. It was too scary. "Bastard! Beast! Scum! Hurry up and give me a quick death." "All right, since Senior has asked, I can only reluctantly fulfill Senior's wish." Ling Xiao grinned. Demonic light shone in his eyes, and the demonic saber in his hand released a sky demon light. He swung it at Huolang's head. Space trembled as demonic music resounded. Heaven and earth seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Chapter 153. Ah! Burp. The firewolf's roar came to an abrupt halt. Wherever the demonic blade landed, the flesh began to rot and the bones began to shatter. Strands of bloodline power that could be seen with the naked eye surged through the demonic blade. In the end, they turned into demonic qi and poured into the primordial blade. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. He vaguely felt that the blade had undergone some inexplicable changes. As for what it was, he couldn't tell. Drinking blood to become stronger? It was quite fitting for a villain's murderous weapon. Slaughtering millions of people to forge a peerless divine blade. Ling Xiao was looking forward to it. The bloodline power of a mere divine marquis could cause such a change in the demonic blade. If he killed a few monster kings and monster emperors, Looking at the fire wolf's corpse, Zhuge Liyun's face turned pale and he fainted from fright. It was too terrifying. Ling Xiao wasn't the demonic sex young master. He was a great demon. Ling Xiao was taken aback. Only then did he realize that Mi Yong was no longer in front of him. Beside him, Shui Ying covered her mouth and chuckled. There was a rare gentleness on her beautiful face. "Mi Yong, look at you. Could it be that you're afraid that the Lord will slaughter you as well?" Ling Xiao saw that Mi Yong was kneeling on the ground behind the fire wolf's corpse. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. Gulp. Ling Xiao's saber strike just now contained a devil intent that he was completely unable to resist. He even saw the sun and moon falling and the sea changing under that blade. Heavenly Taoist rhymes and vast demonic qi. Our Lord was indeed the successor of the sky demon. If he could become a supreme one day, no, as long as he could become an emperor, the entire Xingzhou would belong to the demons. No, at that time they wouldn't be called demons anymore. They would be rulers. Well done. Here are some fire spirit melons for you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and tossed the few spirit melons in his chinquan bag to Mi Yong. The latter narrowed his eyes, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. "Master, this ant!" Dai Shadow walked to the side of the unconscious Zhuge Liang, killing intent flowing in his eyes. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Lightning flickered in his hand as he grabbed the ancient cauldron with the undying heart flame sealed in it. Although the cauldron recognized Lin Shi as its master, how could a Xianqing person's soul be compared to Ling Xiao's? So, the latter didn't spend too much effort to directly wipe out the divine sense within the cauldron and regain control of it. However, since this Zhuge Liang was a direct disciple of the 10,000 men's enemy and was also the eldest senior brother of the devil sect, his life tablet was probably in the hands of the sect master. If he died in the sunset divine mountain, the sect master would definitely be suspicious of him. But, so what if he was suspicious? As long as he pretended to be more convincing. Even if his enemy suspected him, what could he do? Ling Xiao had promised him that he would not take the initiative to kill Zhuge Liang, but the spiritual fire did not. Thinking like that, Ling Xiao's face immediately revealed a cold smile. He walked to Zhuge Liang's side and bent down to embrace him. Eldest senior brother, wake up. Did you not eat? Why did you faint? And, in a daze, Zhuge Liang felt that his face was in pain. But when he opened his eyes and saw the gentle face that was close to him, he instantly sucked in a breath of cold air, rolled his eyes, and fainted again. Senior brother, quick! Finish this bowl of spiritual fire before you sleep. Ling Xiao smiled helplessly. He placed the ancient cauldron next to Zhuge Liang's mouth and gently poured some into it. Ah! A miserable shriek instantly resounded. Zhuge Liang's entire body jumped up until his head touched the dome of the ancient palace. Then he fell back down. At that moment, he no longer had a human form. He even faintly emitted a whiff of meat fragrance. Ah, this spiritual fire is a bit fierce. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. He kept Zhuge Liang's corpse and the ancient cauldron. He raised his head and looked at the sky-imprisoning cauldron that enveloped the entire palace. The ancient cauldron instantly let out a soft cry. Before Ling Xiao's sword finger landed, it actually shrank and landed on top of his head. Ling Xiao was startled. He felt a trace of gentleness coming from the cauldron. The corner of his mouth immediately raised into a playful smile. Wonderful. As long as you are strong enough, even a broken cauldron can become a bootlicker. Let's go. It's time to go out. Ling Xiao casually kept the divine cauldron into his cosmos sack. He did not have much use for these cauldrons and bells. After all, he was not refining pills. Furthermore, taking out a cauldron for a fight was not cool at all. However, in his mother's sect, there were a few beautiful junior sisters. They must like these divine cauldrons very much. Junior sisters and what not were the most innocent and cute. He. Mi Yong and Layered Shadows figures instantly disappeared on the spot. Ling Xiao lifted his leg and walked out of the main hall. This trip could be considered a success. Although she escaped in the end, whether he was dead or alive did not make much of a difference to Ling Xiao. If he was dead, he could get the reward. If he was not dead, he could bring Ling Xiao to look for opportunities again. Boom! However, just as Ling Xiao appeared at the entrance of the ruins, a terrifying wave of energy suddenly came from the direction of the sunset peak. The show has begun? The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth raised slightly. In a flash, he appeared outside the ruins. At this moment, Qin Lung was standing in front of the crowd with an unwilling look on his face. In front of him, there were a few wretched, solemn-looking old men in white standing with their hands behind their backs. They were faintly blocking off all his escape routes. Liang, are you talking about this person? The divine overlord at the front shouted coldly. Ma Liang immediately gritted his teeth and pointed at Qin Lung. That's right. Elder Qiu, this is the person who killed senior brother Su and the other junior brothers. He snatched the opportunities that senior brother obtained. Snatched Su Youwei's opportunities? Qin Lung's expression froze. His eyes instantly turned gloomy. Damn it, you bunch of hypocrites of the righteous path. Clearly, Su Youwei was the one who killed my Qin clan's disciples first and snatched their opportunities. In the end, they were killed by him. Why did it become him snatching Su Youwei's opportunities now? Speaking without thinking, reversing black and white. Hypocrite to the extreme. In the end, Qin Lung did not find the divine artifact on Su Youwei's body. Moreover, he did not know why their corpses disappeared into thin air. However, his exhaustion was not fake. He must have experienced a fierce battle just now. a battle that was even fiercer than the battle with 9 women at night. This feeling was somewhat illusory. It did not feel real. However, he had personally experienced it. Bullshit. Clearly, Su Wei was the one who killed my Qin clan's disciples and snatched my clan's opportunities. You are slandering me. Qin Leng's expression turned cold. Although he could not defeat these cloudy Millet Immortal Sect's elders, he could not let this affect the Qin clan's reputation. You are about to die, and you still dare to quibble. Clearly, you were the one who killed senior brother Su and snatched the spiritual melon. Qin Leng, you first killed the other disciples of my sect. Then you twisted senior brother Su's neck and snatched the spiritual melon. I saw it with my own eyes. Stop pretending. Killing intent surged in Ma Liang's eyes. He no longer had the cowardice from before. Twisted his neck? Snatched the spiritual melon? Looking at the hatred on Ma Liang's face, Qin Leng suddenly felt a little lost. Could it be that he had already killed Su Wei and the others? Did I do it? It seems like I did it, but why does it feel like something is wrong? Chapter 154. Nonsense. What a load of nonsense. Qin Leng frowned and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, anger appeared on his face. These damn righteous immortal sections. They didn't have any other abilities, but their acting was quite serious. They could even turn black into white. Even the dead were brought back to life by them. There were no immortals or demons in the cultivation world. Only after many people died did they differentiate between righteous and evil. Oh, since this Qin Leng was so vicious and merciless, then how did you survive? Ling Xiao stood in the crowd and asked with a puzzled expression. Oh, that's right. You made me sound so vicious and merciless. Then how did you survive? If I wanted to kill you, how could I let you go? Qin Leng was stunned. He turned to look at Ling Xiao and suddenly shouted angrily, "What a good person!" He didn't expect the person standing beside him to be the successor of the Ling people. The Ling people and the Qin clan had always been on bad terms. This Lord Ling Xiao had always been arrogant. However, his character was worthy of respect. At the very least, he was much better than these righteous immortal sect disciples. Ma Liang's face turned red. Even the surrounding immortal sect elders looked at him with puzzlement. I fainted from fright. Damn, you, a successor disciple of an immortal sect, actually fainted from fright when you saw your fellow sect members being killed. Embarrassing. Too embarrassing. The group of immortal sect elders' faces turned green. They looked at Ma Liang as if they were looking at a dead person. It's over. Ma Liang's legs trembled. Despair flashed across his eyes. Even if he returned to the sect, he would definitely be killed. In the eyes of these elders, the sect's reputation was much more important than a successor disciple like him. Damn that Ling Xiao. If you want to watch the show, then just watch. Why are you getting involved? Aren't the Ling people and the Qin clan mortal enemies? Why is he speaking up for Qin Leng now? Uft. At the peak of the setting sun mountain, a mocking expression appeared on the faces of the prodigies. This Ma Liang was really a talent. He fainted from fright. Uft. So that's how it is. Senior Marshal Brother Ma is really too easily frightened. Ling Xiao seemed to be deep in thought. Then he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Qin Leng and said, "But now that I think about it, it seems that young Master Qin had indeed roared crazily in the underground palace, saying that he wanted someone to hand over something." Right, I heard it too. It's Qin Leng. I heard him say that he was going to kill someone, but I didn't dare to go over and watch the show. Upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, many of the surrounding disciples nodded in agreement. Before this, they didn't dare to speak because they were worried that they would offend the Qin clan. However, now that the Lord Ling Xiao had spoken, these righteous people naturally had to speak up for justice and make the truth known to the public. Qin Lung, what else do you have to say? The elders of the celestial sects immediately shouted angrily. If they weren't in the Ling people's territory, they wouldn't need to waste time talking to this brat of the Qin clan. They would just capture him and bring him back to their sections. Naturally, before things were clear, they truly didn't dare to kill the people of the Qin clan. But now, since that bastard Ma Liang was so humiliated, there was no need for him to live anymore. When they returned, they would use their divine sense to search the coffin, and the truth would be revealed. Sometimes, when one's own people lost their value, they wouldn't even have to worry about killing their enemies. It's not like that. It's not like what you said. It's Su Yue who killed my Qin clan's disciple first. Then he stole my Qin clan's fortune. That's why I killed him. The grief and anger on Qin Ling's face didn't seem to be fake. At this moment, he was looking at Ling Xiao expectantly. It was as if he was the only one explaining this to. Actually, Qin Lung's actions weren't bad. After all, this was the Ling people. The people of the Cloudy Millet Immortal sect naturally had their concerns. Moreover, Lord Ling Xiao was a righteous person. As long as they explained it to him, even if the two clans were enemies, he would most likely save their lives. Oh, so that's the case. As expected, when Ling Xiao heard this, he nodded his head with a serious expression. There seemed to be some hesitation between his brows. Lord Ling Xiao, you must believe me. These people from the immortal sects are full of nonsense. You must uphold justice for me. Qin Lung seemed to have forgotten how much he hated Ling Xiao and how he swore to kill him in the ruins. Ling Xiao's face looked like he was in a difficult position. In the end, he sighed softly. Humph, you really admitted that you killed Senior Brother Su. Ling Xiao, young master, don't listen to his nonsense. I have always been with Senior Brother Su. We have never seen any of the Qin clan's disciples. Ma Liang gritted his teeth. Even if he had to die, he would drag Qin Lung down with him. Otherwise, wouldn't his death be too unjust? Bullshit. Humph. Qin Lung, if you have anything to say, follow us back to the Cloudy Millet Immortal sect first. The group of immortal sect elders coldly snorted. Since you admitted it, this matter would be much easier to settle. No. Lord Ling Xiao, Qin Lung's face turned pale, especially in front of several divine overlords. He had no room to resist. But this place was thousands of miles away from the Qin clan. If the experts in the clan knew what had happened, he would be played to death by the immortal sects. No, I can't go back to the Cloudy Millet Immortal sect with them. Little bastard, no one can save you today. Come here. A Cloudy Millet Immortal sect expert sneered. He suddenly waved his hand, and a clear light palm print condensed in an instant. It grabbed towards Qin Lung horizontally. Oh, really? Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. He stepped out lightly and directly blocked in front of Qin Lung. Around him, a bolt of lightning rushed to the sky and tore the sky apart. Young master! Bastard! In the forest far away, Ling Ping, the lord of the Sunset City, and a beautiful woman in white were stunned. They instantly rushed towards Ling Xiao. Lord Ling Xiao! At this time, Qin Lung was moved to tears. Damn it, the light of righteousness! Lord Ling Xiao, I wronged you before. As long as I don't die this time, I will definitely go back to the clan and persuade the patriarch to make friends with the Ling people. What a good man! However, no matter how fast Ling Ping and Yan Qingyan were, how could they be faster than the attack of the immortal sect's elder? How dare an immortal general be so arrogant in front of me? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. At this time, it was not the divine overlord who attacked, but a third-grade immortal general. Although Ling Xiao's current realm was only at the middle stage of Paoang, but the lightning in the sky suddenly gathered and directly turned into the shape of a thunder sun. It hit the cyan light palm print fiercely. At the same time, Ling Zhao's aura was at the middle stage of Paoang. The middle stage of Paoang. The principle of thunder. Damn it. Invincible immortal. A 17-year-old genius with the principle of thunder. Who in the Xingzhou can compete with Lord Ling Xiao? The surrounding disciples suddenly opened their mouths wide and exclaimed in shock. Many of them had guessed that Ling Xiao must have entered the realm of Paoang, since he comprehended the principle of thunder. But at this time they still felt extremely shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. The elegant young master stood aloof from the world. Especially at this time, Ling Xiao ignored the hatred between the Ling people and the Qin clan and helped them. His figure was even more magnificent and bright. The young master of the devil's doctrine had a kind heart. Damn it! In the future, if anyone says that young master is evil and vicious, I will be the first to kill him. Chapter 155. Boom! The lightning sun tore through the void and collided with the blue seal. In an instant, the clouds above Sunset Mountain shattered and space collapsed. Spiritual energy, fluctuations that could be seen with the naked eye, rippled outwards, causing many of the surrounding disciples to fall to the ground. At this time, Ling Xiao was also sent flying. There seemed to be some blood at the corner of his mouth. However, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Lord Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao! A beautiful figure in white flashed and appeared in midair instantly. Then she caught the figure that was flying backward in her arms. At this time, Nian Qingyun's pretty face was a little confused. She didn't know why she panicked when she saw him injured. She didn't know why she had to appear and catch him. All in all, it was very messy. No, I just don't want him to die in the hands of others. He can only die in my hands. Yes, that's it. Nian Qingyun lowered her head and looked at the handsome face that was slightly pale. A trace of coldness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Are you stupid? That's a divine general expert. Do you really think you're invincible? I was so scared. Ling Zhao's tone was terrified, but there's a trace of evil at the corner of his mouth. He rubbed his face hard into Nian Qingyun's arms. Hiss, I feel a little hungry again. Calculating the time, it has been 6 hours since he last had sex with Nian Qingyun. I just don't want anyone to die unjustly. Although I'm a demonic cultivator, I firmly believe that there is light and love in this world. Clap, clap, clap. Applause thundered. At this time, the entire Sunset Mountain peak was filled with cheers. All the sect disciples looked at the weak and pale figure with a trace of awe in their eyes. It turned out that this was the real Lord Ling Xiao. Those rumors in the past were spread by people who were jealous of the young master's reputation. I'm so ashamed. I actually thought that Lord Ling Xiao was arrogant, domineering, and cruel. Gradually, people began to kneel on the ground and covered their faces to cry. The cries were sorrowful and heartbreaking. Lord Ling Xiao. Qin Lung's face had long since become lifeless, and 2 streams of tears slowly flowed down. He hated that he wasn't a woman. He hated that he was born in the Qin clan and was born to be the enemy of the young master. The scene of Ling Xiao standing in front of him was like a carving knife, deeply carving into his heart. Lord Ling Xiao, if there is a next life, I will definitely become one of your people. It's over. At this time, the immortal General Elder's face suddenly turned pale. But before he could react, Ling Ping's figure had flashed over. The golden light in Ling Ping's hand rushed into the sky and hit the immortal General Elder's chest fiercely. Puchi! With Ling Ping's strength, it was easy for Ling Ping to kill him. But at this time, Ling Ping just flew out and broke 9 towering ancient trees before Ling Ping fell to the ground. The group of immortal sect elders had gloomy complexions, but they remained strangely silent. Now the Yunshu immortal sect had completely offended the Qin clan. If they offended the Ling people, they were afraid that, different from the Qin clan, the Ling people now had an inseparable relationship with the universal demon sect, the ethereal Taoist palace, and the Danyuan Holy Land. Just now, although Ling Xiao forcibly stood out, if he was really killed by the immortal general elder of the Yunshu immortal sect, things would become quite troublesome. Although the Yunshu immortal sect was a supreme orthodoxy, it didn't dare to fight with the four supreme orthodoxies at the same time. The immortal general elder was hit by Ling Ping, and he deserved it. Ahem, City Lord Ling, stop. Ling Xiao sighed and stretched out his hand to wipe the blood at the corner of his mouth. Although he wanted to continue, he finally stood up from Nian Qingyun's arms. Today's matter is complicated and bizarre. No one can tell what the truth is. This is the territory of the Ling people. If you take people away, won't our Ling people become a joke? Of course, big words should be left to the big shots. Only when people were popular could they start to talk about ideas. The corners of Ling Zhao's mouth curled up when he saw the reverence in everyone's eyes as they looked at him. He sighed and looked up at Qin Lung. Brother Qin, don't worry. If you are wronged, I think the Qin clan will seek justice for you. And the people of the Yunshu immortal sect, if you want to speak, at least the experts of the Qin clan will bear witness. So you'd better go back. The expressions of the elders of the Yunshu immortal sect changed, but they didn't know how to refute Ling Xiao. Although Qin Lung admitted to killing Su Yuwei, he said that Su Yuwei killed the disciples of the Qin clan first and robbed their opportunities. It was hard to tell who was the one lying between him and Ma Liang. Lord Ling Xiao. Thank you. Qin Lung took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to Ling Xiao. Ridiculous. He was still thinking about Ling Zhao's fiancée. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, he would have been killed by the Yunshu immortal sect. This matter couldn't be let go. Otherwise, wouldn't the Qin clan's reputation plummet? Haha, there is justice in the world. I only did what I was supposed to do. Ling Xiao smiled calmly and accepted the bow. In the eyes of the crowd, this was the image of a gentle, humble, and peerless young master. Good. Since Lord Ling Xiao insists on saying this, Qin Lung, my Yunshu immortal sect, will definitely seek justice from the Qin clan tomorrow. The immortal sect elders looked at each other, but in the end, they did not argue. At this moment, they could already feel that at the foot of the mountain, terrifying auras were rushing towards the peak. Clearly, the experts of the Ling people had arrived. Ling Zhao's injuries today were all caused by the Yunshu immortal sect. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences if this bastard tried to scam them. Let's go! Wait a minute. However, just as the group of immortal sect elders were about to leave, Ling Zhao's voice suddenly rang out. Elders, I was inexplicably hit by your people. Don't tell me you want to leave like this. Ling Zhao's eyes were playful, and he pretended to cough twice. Yes, that's too irresponsible. What's so great about the supreme orthodoxy? You want to leave after hitting someone? Is there any law in the world? Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a sound of wind breaking. In the air, figures in black robes tore through the air and stood above Ling Xiao. Greetings, young master. Just now, Ling Ping had secretly sent a message to summon all the experts in the Sunset City. Now, as long as the young master agreed, no one from the Yunshu immortal sect could leave today. Young master suddenly appeared just now. Our elders couldn't stop in time. So, the leader of the Yunshu immortal marquis looked serious and forced a smile on his face. Oh, elder, do you mean that you want to go back on your words? Ling Xiao coughed twice, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth again. Young master! In the sky, the experts of the Ling people looked murderous. Around them, a strong force was released, which scared Elder Yunshu so much that his face turned pale. No, I apologize to you on behalf of junior brother Ian. Nonsense. Didn't it mean that he could do it? That immortal general elder hadn't gotten up yet. Apologize? If an apology is useful, is there a need to pay with one's life in this world? Ling Xiao sneered and looked up at the elders. I don't have any other requests. Everyone, give me a divine artifact, and I'll let it go. You! The elders' faces changed, and their eyes were full of hatred. Damn it, it's all Elder Yin's fault. He could have provoked anyone, but he provoked this devil. Chapter 156. Elders, do you think that my life is worth less than a few divine artifacts? Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. His eyes were filled with killing intent. What a joke! He didn't believe that these elders didn't have any divine artifacts. Of course, divine artifacts weren't of much use to him, but since he wanted to form a team, they would become his trump card. They wouldn't cry until they saw the coffin. No, that's not what I meant. But even though they knew that Ling Xiao's injury was most likely an act. But Ling Xiao had the strength to fight against a divine general? Although the divine general elder had only casually attacked, Ling Xiao was only in the Paong realm. How did he withstand the divine general's pressure? Was it because of his white robe? That's right. How could the Ling people not give their successor some life-saving trump cards? The white robe contained starlight. It was obviously not an ordinary item. All right, since you elders are unwilling then. City Lord Ling, young master, please wait. We will give it to you. The divine overlord elder gritted his teeth. They were indeed in the wrong. Ling people couldn't be offended anymore. After today's incident, the Cloudy Immortal sect would definitely become enemies with the Qin clan. If they offended the Ling people, it's better to be happy earlier. Why do you have to make everyone unhappy? A smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face, and even the paleness on his face disappeared. The group of Immortal sect elders gloomily took out several divine artifacts from their Qinquan bags and handed them to Ling Xiao. TSK. Low-grade divine artifacts? Aren't you guys too stingy? Ling Xiao shook his head and kept the divine artifacts in his Qinquan bag. The elders' eyes were filled with hatred, but they didn't dare to say anything and turned to leave. However, right at this moment, Elder Yin Shu, who had been smashed to the ground, slowly woke up. There was a trace of shame on his face. Ling people, you've gone too far. Today, the Cloudy Immortal sect will fight to the death with you. Gulp. The deity overlord elder's expression turned sluggish, while Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. Wonderful. He must have lost his mind from the collision just now, right? How dare he threaten the descendant of the Ling people in their territory? At this moment, the divine general elder flashed over with a hint of doubt in his grief and indignation. Why are all the elders looking at me with such sinister gazes? Are you blaming me for embarrassing the Cloudy Millet Immortal sect? Wait, who are those black-robed old men behind Ling Xiao? Their auras seem to be a little awesome. Gulp. Oh, elder, how should I address you? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, a faint smile on his face. What a good person. This gift was not enough, and someone even suggested to make up for it. I am an elder of the Cloudy Du Immortal sect, Yin Zhang'eo. The divine general elder swallowed hard. He didn't need anyone to tell him that his words and actions had caused trouble. Fight to the death? No matter how he looked at it, there were more experts of the Ling people here than the Cloudy Du Immortal sect. Elder Yin, did you just say that you would fight to the death with the Ling people? Ling Xiao nodded with a smile, and the next moment, the demonic light in his eyes suddenly became brighter. An oppressive evil pressure surged out, practically enveloping the entire sunset divine mountain. The invincible immortal aura and peerless temperament were all visible at a glance. Behind him, the eyes of the experts of the Ling people also surged with monstrous battle intent, and divine light shot up into the sky from their bodies. At this moment, The clouds at the top of the sunset peak were tumbling, and the Taoist sound was resounding. It seemed that a great battle was about to break out. Boom! However, before Ling Xiao and the others could make a move, deity overlord Yun Shu suddenly made a move and sent Injin Ao flying with a palm strike. Blood spilled, and the smell of blood filled the air. This palm strike was even more powerful and terrifying than Ling Ping's previous one. Boom! Elder Yin's figure only fell from the sky after he knocked down the 9 towering ancient trees. But this time he didn't even struggle and fainted directly. Haha, Lord Ling Xiao, calm down. Elder Yin is so arrogant. He really deserves to die. Oh, deserves to die? Ling people's dignity can't be offended by a word of deserves to die. Since the Cloudy Immortal sect wants to fight, I'll go back to the sect today and report to my father. We'll officially start a war with the Cloudy Immortal sect. Ling Xiao snorted, and the deity overlord Yun Shu narrowed his eyes. In the end, before Ling Xiao could speak again, he took out a divine artifact from his interspatial bag and handed it to him. Young master, how can you be angry with a villain like Yin Jiangao? I got this primeval chaos golden cudgel from an ancient site. I hope you can accept it. Oh, a divine artifact? From antiquity times? A trace of greed flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He took the black cudgel and nodded reluctantly. Tell Yin Jiangao that he can choose not to eat, but he can't speak nonsense. The road ahead is endless. I advise you to be a man. Yes. Thank you, young master. We'll take our leave first. In my opinion, the most inhumane people here are you and the group of idiots who are blindly cheering you on. The group of immortal sect elders gritted their teeth, but they didn't dare to hesitate at all. They turned around and grabbed the unconscious Yin Jingao before fleeing towards the horizon. Lord Ling Xiao. Qin Lung gritted his teeth and walked in front of Ling Xiao. He silently took out a divine artifact from his bosom and handed it to Ling Xiao. Brother Qin, what are you doing? Ling Xiao's face darkened, and there was anger in his voice. Young master spoke up for me today and helped me out. I can't repay your kindness. This wind-fire golden cudgel is the best divine artifact I have besides the heartless sword. I'll give it to you. There was no trace of embarrassment on Qin Lung's face. He was really grateful to Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. In particular, the bloodstain on Ling Xiao's emperor's starry robe made him feel shocked and sorrowful. Apart from the 3 layers of snow, who else in the world was worthy of wearing white? Brother Qin, do you think I'm here for your divine artifact? Ling Xiao coldly snorted. Qin Ling shook his head with a bitter smile. Young master, you've misunderstood. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you don't dislike it. Young master loves money, but he's got it in the right way. It turned out that the demonic sect's young master was the most upright heaven's pride in the eastern border of the Shenzhou continent. Although these words were a little awkward, they were Qin Lung's true thoughts. This, young master, don't decline. I have to go back to report what happened today. See you later. Qin Lung directly threw the golden cudgel in front of Ling Xiao as if it was a hot potato. Then he took a deep look at Ling Xiao and turned to leave. Lord Ling Xiao, no fate in this life. Let's meet again in the next life. This look. Did Qin Lung fall in love with him? Beep. Congratulations to the host for gaining the favor of young Master Qin of the Qin clan. Luck points increase by 50 points. Villain points increase by 500 points. EW. F***CK. Favor. My damn charm doesn't distinguish between men and women. Go, follow him and ensure that young Master Qin Lung returns to the Qin clan safely. Ling Xiao grinned. The original doubts in Ling Ping's eyes suddenly disappeared. Could it be that young master, wonderful? Originally, he was wondering why Lord Ling Xiao would stand up for a person of the Qin clan. Unexpectedly, Young master was really meticulous and resourceful. Yes. Looking at the silhouettes that disappeared in an instant, the playful smile on Ling Zhao's face deepened. Some people were more useful alive than dead. Young master is so righteous. You even want to escort Qin Lung back to the clan. Qin Lung seemed to provoke young master before. I didn't expect young master to be so broad-minded. That's right. If anyone speaks ill of Lord Ling Xiao in the future, I'll chop him up first. Chapter 157. Ouch! My head is a little dizzy. Ling Zhao's body trembled and fell towards Nian Qingyan. Nian Qingyan had been fooled once. How could she be fooled a second time? Her figure immediately flashed and hid to the side. You! Ling Zhao's expression froze. In the end, he could only shake his head and said with a puzzled expression, it seems to be better. Ling Xiao, since we have come out of the ruins, shouldn't we settle our matter? Nian Qingyun's face darkened, and a cold aura instantly circulated around her. Ah, wife, aren't you too impatient? I have just been injured by a divine general expert, and you are in a hurry to fight with me. Even if you win, isn't it an unfair victory? Ling Xiao sighed, his expression somewhat desolate. Fine. Since you're so anxious to kill me, then make your move. I'm willing to die in your hands. You! Nian Qingyun's pretty face was stunned, but she did not really attack Ling Xiao in the end. What he said was correct. The seal from earlier had truly landed on his body. Although Ling Xiao's injuries were not so serious, the palm of a divine general expert would not be so easily resolved. It was not fair to win against him now. Humph, your injuries are just superficial. With your realm, you can recover in half a day. I will wait for you. Nian Qingyan stood aside and did not have the slightest intention to leave. How okay. Wife, wait for me for a moment. Ling Xiao smiled gently and turned to Fu Yuniao and the others. Senior sister Fu. Young lord. Everyone immediately bowed and greeted. I will return to the sect tomorrow, but there is something I need you to do for me. Ling Xiao deliberately lowered his voice and whispered a few words in Fu Yuniao's ear. When Nian Qingyun saw the intimate appearance of the two, her face became colder. Fire Cloud sect? Okay, young lord, don't worry. I will go now. Fu Yuniao's pretty face was stunned. She immediately nodded, but there was a hint of resentment in her beautiful eyes. Wife, shall we go? Ling Xiao turned around and grinned at Nian Qingyan. Before she could resist, he grabbed her hand and led her toward Sunset City. Now that this matter was over, it was time for him to make a trip back to the sect. After all, the matter of Zhuge Lian's death had to be reported to the sect master. As for Nian Qingyan, she would most likely be training in the eastern border of the Shenzhou continent, with the Dragon Phoenix Jade Key that Ling Tianlin gave him. Ling Xiao was not afraid that he would not be able to find her. The next step was to prepare for the Thousand Sect martial meeting. As the grandest event in the eastern frontier, who knew how many children of heaven would appear in the martial competition? Ling Zhao's smile was very wretched. Nian Qingyun's pretty face immediately revealed a touch of disgust. Let go of me. Wife, listen to my explanation. Actually, that Luo knew that day is my bodyguard. Wife, how could you turn hostile just like that? My injuries haven't healed, yet you... Ouch. Don't hit my face. Don't hit my face. Eastern border region in a small rundown city. Lin, she's figure appeared in front of a house covered in dust. This was the former Lin family. However, following the extermination of the Lin clan, this house became a notorious haunted house. To be safe, Lin she had not returned for 7 years. However, the moment Lin she pushed open the door and walked into the main hall, his eyes suddenly narrowed. At this moment, the originally messy old house was actually tidied up neatly. Although the tables and chairs were also covered in dust, It was obvious that someone had been here before. Lin Shi's body began to tremble uncontrollably. In his mind, scenes from when he was young appeared one by one. At that time, Ling Er's body was very weak and cold. Every time they were at home, she would nestle in Lin Shi's arms like a quiet kitten. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. Ling you should have grown into a slender and elegant young lady by now. Could it be you? Actually, Lin Shi understood that when his father turned around to stop the pursuer, giving him and his sister a chance to escape, he was most likely dead. Now that Lin Shi thought about it, although the powerful cultivator's realm was not high and was only in the Paong realm, he also had Taoist principles and seemed to be unparalleled swordsmanship. Humph! Ling people, Ling Xiao, just you wait. As long as I enter the mystery land of Tianyuan and obtain that fortune, I will exterminate your entire family. Lin Shi snorted coldly, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. As the son of destiny, he loved to make vows. Needless to say, the vows he made could usually be fulfilled. Why? Of course, it was because he worked hard. However, in the next moment, Lin Shi's face became gloomy again. Just now, he had left in a hurry and did not have time to retrieve the green, demonic, ancient cauldron. That damned Ling Xiao took advantage of it. However, when he thought of the terrifying lightning intent on Ling Xiao's body, Lin Shi still felt a lingering fear. Cough, cough. Elder Ling, wake up. Lin Shi took a deep breath and sent a wisp of divine consciousness into the ring. How could a loser rise to prominence? It was definitely not because he was gifted or had a terrifying background. It was because he had a good grandfather. Without his grandfather, he was nothing. Xie, where are we? Your realm. You have broken through. Elder Ling's voice was filled with excitement. However, in Lin Shi's eyes, there was a flash of mockery. You still want to pretend? Fine. I will see how long you can pretend. Fortunately, in the ancient underground palace, he had used some means to make Elder Ling fall into a coma. Otherwise, if they joined forces, Lin Shi would not be able to escape this time. The old man behind you, haha, he is so affectionate. Elder Ling, I have been schemed against. Lin Shi sighed, and there was a hint of loneliness in his voice. At this moment, his emotions were not fake. Ling Xiao's appearance had caused his smooth journey to suddenly become unrestrained. Although in the past Lin Shi would encounter many difficulties, this time it was even more dangerous. Especially now, Elder Ling seemed to have secretly joined forces with Ling Xiao. This was a great challenge for Lin Shi. However, the 7 years of life and death experience had long since forged his tenacious and flawless Dao heart. He believed that in the end he would definitely be able to step on Ling Xiao's corpse and walk to the peak of the immortal path. Have you been schemed against? Elder Ling's voice was weak. Moreover, he felt as if his entire body was powerless. He couldn't even use his divine consciousness. Ling Xiao took away the undying heart flame and the green devil ancient cauldron. Lin Shi gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. What? Elder Ling exclaimed. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh. Ling people's successor is indeed a person of great fortune. In this chaotic world, evildoers are everywhere. You have to be more careful in the future. F***CK. Are you praising Ling Xiao? As expected, old thing, you have a change of heart. However, if Ling Xiao heard these words, he would probably laugh out loud again. He had a chicken's luck. He was just a reaper of luck. Chapter 158. Yes, Elder Ling. Lin Shi secretly gritted his teeth, but his tone became even more humble. If he wanted to truly have the strength to contend against Ling Xiao, he had to obtain the inheritance of the ancient emperor in the Tianyuan ancient realm. Therefore, he could not fall out with Elder Ling now. Sigh, you don't have to be discouraged. Only the experts who have been tempered in the era of great battles will become the strongest in the universe. Once you become a sage, you will be able to suppress all eternity. This is the path you have to walk. Previously, you walked it too easily. Elder Ling was optimistic, but there was a trace of bitterness in his voice. Elder Ling, the inheritance in the secret realm. Now that I have stepped into the Pawang realm, I think that as long as I integrate the immemorial Emperor Flame, I will be able to comprehend the law of fire. Can you bring me there now? Lin, she asked expectantly, but Elder Ling fell into silence. If you were at your peak, the world would be your grandson. All right, I know. Don't babble anymore. Moreover, the green demon is now in Ling Zhao's hands. Now, you can only choose to integrate the spiritual fire in the secret realm. You can't bring it out, but those ancient races. If you go in now, you will definitely die. In that case, I can only wait until after the myriad sect martial meeting, when the geniuses of the eastern border enter the secret realm. Lin, she nodded, and a trace of gloominess flashed in his eyes. Fishing in troubled waters? If the waters were not muddy, how could he fish? Elder Ling, I have refined the elixir for you to recover your divine soul. Eat it quickly. Yes, I feel that something is not right recently. Perhaps my remnant soul will not exist for long. If I can't find a treasure to nourish my divine soul, I'm afraid. Elder Ling laughed bitterly. He did not say that the time was up. It was just that Lin, she had changed a medicinal ingredient in the elixir that he refined. With Elder Ling's attainments in alchemy, he would definitely be able to find some clues under normal circumstances. He could only blame himself for trusting Lin, she too much. Even though he knew that this young man had selfish intentions towards him, he still did not believe that the latter would frame him. Therefore, a flawless Tao heart and a love stronger than gold. Wasn't it the character of a protagonist? If it were you, wouldn't you be annoyed if someone beside you told you that he had 37 stars of the King Realm, but was killed every time in the diamond game? When it came to bragging, there was a limit to it. It was just for fun. If you boast too much, your relationship will easily collapse. It was true. Don't worry, Elder Ling. I'll stabilize my cultivation and immediately help you find soul spirit items. Elder Ling, come. Finish this pill first. Lin Shi solemn vow caused the unhappiness in Elder Ling's heart to dissipate. How could young people not make mistakes? In the past 7 years, Lin Shi had experienced many dangers, but generally speaking, it was not difficult. It was normal for him to be impetuous, but now that he had met Ling Xiao, he had more or less awakened and matured a lot. That Ling Xiao was the best stepping stone for him to break through to the next level. Misfortune was a blessing in disguise. As long as Lin she could truly realize his mistakes, it would be a blessing for his growth, even though it was a trial for him now. Work hard. I believe you will stand at the peak of this world one day. Elder Ling raised his head and swallowed the pill. His body instantly shone brightly. But why did the sleepiness in his mind become more obvious? It seems like my time is up. 10,000 swords, sacred ground. Ling Tian looked calmly at the 10,000 swords, sacred master, who was sitting in the main hall. At this moment, the elders of the sacred ground were divided into two sides, looking at the white-clothed youth in front of them, suspiciously or seriously. Ling people's second young master, born without a corsi. His identity was illustrious, but he was a real piece of trash. The sacred master brought him back and planned to take him as a disciple? If this matter spread out, wouldn't the direct disciples of the 10,000 swords, sacred ground, go crazy? Just because of his identity, the sacred master made an exception and took him as a direct disciple. To the other disciples, it was unfair. Didn't they hear? The sky sword celestial master next door took in a new female disciple. She was a prodigy who was born with the Tao laws. Although her cultivation was low, she had a corsi and could cultivate. What the hell was this? Sacred master, I think we should let Ling Tian join the outer sect first before making any plans. A dignified old man in the lead suddenly spoke. As he opened his eyes, an unparalleled sharpness filled the air. The 10,000 Swords, Sacred Ground's first elder, Jiannan, was a god emperor. In the Shenzhou eastern border, he was one of the top swordsmen in the Sword Dao. Hearing this, the 10,000 Swords, Sacred Master, smiled bitterly. Therefore, it could be said that in any sect, the sect master, or whatever, was the most talented person. But the most prestigious person in the sect was still the first elder. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to sit in this position. First elder, I understand your concerns. But although Tian doesn't have a corsi, he has a sword heart. I heard from Emperor Ling that he loves swords as much as his life. Such a young man is most suitable to cultivate the Sword Dao and inherit the will of our sacred ground. The 10,000 Swords, Sacred Master, looked calmly at Ling Tian. Tian, if you want to convince the others, you still need to work hard. I'll take you as a disciple in name first. 3 days later, you can go to the 10,000 Swords Path of Immortality in the 10,000 Swords Holy Land. See if you can find your own destiny on the Sword Mountain. Before the elders could say anything, the 10,000 Swords Sacred Master spoke in a serious tone. 10,000 Swords Path and Immortal. Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he clenched his fists. Although he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he had at least left the Ling people. As long as he could gain a foothold in the 10,000 Swords Sacred Master, he would be a great help in the future. With his sword vein divine physique, even if he couldn't cultivate spiritual energy, how many sword cultivators in the same generation could be his match? That's right. Our 10,000 Swords Sacred Master has been passed down for thousands of years and has given birth to countless experts in the Sword Dao. After they died, they placed their divine swords on the 10,000 Swords Path and Immortal. If you're lucky enough to gain the favor of one of these swords, you'll be able to find your own opportunity. There are thousands of steps on the path, and at the end is the inherited Dao artifact left behind by our founding ancestor. The 10,000 Swords Sacred Master nodded. He quite liked Ling Tian's temperament. Moreover, it was rumored that the second young master of the Ling people had always been at odds with the successor of the Ling people, Ling Xiao. Therefore, it would be very difficult for him to return to the clan in the future. If he was properly nurtured, he might become a great trump card for the 10,000 Swords Sacred Master to keep the other supreme orthodoxies in check. After all, even if he was born a good-for-nothing and wasn't valued by the Ling people, his father was still the most powerful emperor in the eastern border of the Shenzhou continent. Yes, this disciple will do his best to reach the peak of the path of immortality. Ling Tian bowed, and a strange sword intent shot up into the sky from his body. The elders of the 10,000 Swords Sacred Master were shocked. This wave of energy? This lad? I'm afraid he's quite extraordinary. Seeing everyone's reaction, Ling Tian revealed a smile on his face. Ha! Elders, in 3 days, I, Ling Tian, will make the entire 10,000 Swords Sacred Master cheer for me. The 10,000 Swords Path? What sword could resist the Sword Mandate summon? Chapter 159. Good. A swordsman should be proud. The sacred lord of 10,000 swords smiled and turned to look at the yellow-clad girl standing in front of the hall. Sun, bring Ling Tian to rest. The yellow-clad girl nodded slightly and turned to walk out of the hall. Senior sister. Ling Tian followed the girl out of the hall and bowed to the handsome Saint Lan disciple with a gentle expression. The girl in front of him was extremely beautiful. She was dressed in a light yellow long dress, had fluffy hair and exquisite facial features. However, there was no arrogance on her face. Instead, there was a friendly smile on her face. How should I address you, senior sister? Ling Tian had been humiliated by the Ling people. He had never seen such a gentle girl before. He had a good impression of her. Moreover, with his divine body's perception, he actually felt a slight fluctuation of doctrine law from the young lady's body. She was a monster. This girl was definitely not ordinary. My name is Yi Sen, You can call me senior sister Sun, junior brother Ling Tian. I'll bring you around the 10,000 swords Saint Land first. Yi Sen smiled sweetly. She stood in place and waited for Ling Tian to catch up before she walked toward the mountain peak in the distance. She had also sensed the fierceness on the young man earlier. Ling Tian did not have a dancy and was a good-for-nothing. However, Yi Sen did not see a trace of dejection on him. Instead, he seemed to have the ambition to compete with heaven and earth. Such a young man was much more interesting than the senior brothers in the Saint Land who kept talking about the sword being the only thing that mattered. Look, who's that beside junior sister Sun? I don't know. He looks unfamiliar. He doesn't seem to have any spiritual energy, fluctuation on him. A good-for-nothing? I remember now. The sacred Lord brought back the Ling people's second young master, Ling Tian, and said that he wants to take him as his disciple. What? Is that true? TSK, who asked him to have a good father. I heard that the second young master has always been at odds with the Ling people's successor. Isn't the sacred Lord? Don't talk nonsense. However, junior sister Sun, seems to be quite enthusiastic about that pretty boy. Isn't he just a little handsome? So what if he's handsome? I'm sorry, it seems that being handsome is really something. The disciples of the 10,000 swords, holy ground, stood around the main hall and looked at Ling Tian and Yi Sen, who were talking and laughing with jealousy in their eyes. Yi Sen, identity was special. She was the true disciple of the sacred leader and the granddaughter of the first elder. In the 10,000 swords, sacred ground, she was the center of attention. Moreover, despite her young age, she was terrifyingly talented. She had already entered the Paong Plain and comprehended the great path. He was hailed as the strongest prodigy of the 10,000 sword Taoist sect in the past 500 years. However, Yi Sen-er's talent was not bad, but it was not in the way of the sword. Although she yearned for the peak of the sword Tao, she could not help it. Look, its eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother is here. At the end of the distant square, a gray, clothed figure suddenly floated down. He had a handsome appearance and natural aura, and his sword insight shook the sky, causing him to seem like a gust of wind as he moved. This is going to be interesting. Senior brother, you has always been interested in junior sister Sun. I'm afraid Ling Tian is going to be in trouble. Hey, he's still the young master of Ling people. No matter how displeased eldest senior brother is, he wouldn't dare to beat him to death. A hint of playfulness flashed in the eyes of many disciples. The eldest senior brother of the 10,000 swords holy ground, Yu Yuntian, was a true disciple of the sect master. It was hard to say whether he was stable or not, but his cultivation was quite terrifying. Although he had not comprehended the great path and become a monster, he had cultivated for a long time and was now a powerhouse in the middle stage of the Paong Plain. Moreover, as a true disciple of the sect master, Yu Yuntian was always together with Yi Sen. Although the two of them had never admitted to having an affair, whenever senior brother Yu was asked about it, he had never refuted it. He had always said, "Don't talk nonsense. We disciples of the sword sect should focus on the sword Tao. If you say there's no relationship, then there's no relationship. Can't you just say it directly? The more you try to beat around the bush, the more people will think that you're trying to cover it up." Therefore, all the disciples of the 10,000 swords holy ground now felt that senior brother Yu and junior sister were together. At this moment, Yu Yuntian looked at Yi Sen and Ling Tian with a gentle smile on his face. However, there seemed to be a cold glint in the depths of his eyes. Junior sister Sun, this is... Yu Yuntian looked Ling Tian up and down, and there seemed to be some curiosity in his eyes. In fact, he had long known Ling Tian's identity, but he did not expect him to chat with Yi Sun so quickly. As expected, none of the young masters of the Ling people were good people. It was said that the successor of the Ling people, Ling Xiao, dared to flirt with the goddess of the Dao Palace in public. One could imagine what kind of person Ling Tian was. He liked Yi Sun, and he was also concerned about her identity and background. However, from the beginning to the end, this little junior sister did not seem to have much interest in him, and she only respected him. Ling Tian's identity gave him a lot of pressure. Fortunately, it was said that he was a good-for-nothing. A good-for-nothing. As the eldest senior brother, how could he not take good care of him? In this world, if one was not a righteous person, he would definitely have a sinister heart. Human nature was evil, and it depended on how you restrained yourself. Senior brother Yu, this is junior brother Ling Tian, the new in-name disciple of the Holy Master. Junior brother Ling, this is senior brother Yu, the eldest senior brother of our faction. Yi Sun hurriedly introduced the two of them, but at this moment the corners of Ling Tian's mouth seemed to curl up with a trace of bitterness. Looking at senior brother Yu's appearance, he seemed to have some enmity towards him. He had just arrived at the 10,000 Swords Holy Land, and he was already hated by this eldest senior brother? It was because of Yi Sun, right? Ling Tian was able to endure the Ling people for 7 years, and in terms of thinking, he was definitely the best in the Shenzhou. At this moment, how could he not see the trace of greed and gloominess in Yu Yuntian's eyes? However, now that he had just arrived at the Holy Land and had not gained a firm foothold, offending Yu Yuntian now was obviously not a wise choice. Ling Tian's temperament had long been polished in these 7 years, and all impulsiveness to him was useless, childish, and reaping what he sowed. As long as he endured patiently, one day he would make everyone regret underestimating him. If he wanted to rise, he had to suppress it first. Senior sister, since senior brother is here, you can go and do your work. I'll walk around by myself. Ling Tian politely kept a distance from Yi Sun. He had a good impression of this kind and gentle little senior sister, but it was far from the extent of losing his mind. Now it seemed that it was better to keep a distance from her. Senior brother, are you looking for me? Yi Sun frowned slightly and looked at Ling Tian with some confusion. Didn't this little junior brother of hers want me to take him for a walk? Why did he want me to leave now? Junior sister, the maple leaves on the North Mountain are red, and I want to call you. If senior brother has nothing else, then I'll take junior brother Ling Tian for a walk. I'll take you to the North Mountain to enjoy the scenery. Yi Sun did not give Yu Yuntian a chance to speak, and she directly grabbed Ling Tian's hand and walked away. Hiss! They're holding hands. Look, they're holding hands. Chapter 160. Gasps could be heard throughout the 10,000 Swords holy ground. All the young disciples stood around the main hall and looked at the girl who took the initiative to hold Ling Tian's hand with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Junior sister Sun She actually held another man's hand in front of senior brother Yu. What did this mean? It meant that senior brother Yu was always bragging. What else could it mean? Junior sister. Yu Yuntian also looked at the girl in front of him and her hand that was holding Ling Tian's hand in a daze. An indescribable sense of humiliation suddenly burned in his heart. Why? Why did you not allow me to touch your hair normally, but now you take the initiative to hold another man's hand? Why? Why don't you know what's wrong with you? You're ugly, why do you still ask? What's wrong, senior brother? Is there anything else? Yi Sun-er's pretty face was slightly serious, and her tone was already impatient. In the past year, the matter of her and Yu Yuntian had been spreading like wildfire in the sect. Moreover, This eldest senior brother always pretended to be very concerned about him in front of others. If not for the fact that he was the true disciple of the Holy Master and was her senior brother, even someone as good-tempered as Yi Sun would have fallen out with him. No, nothing, but junior brother Ling. Yu Yuntian looked at Ling Tian coldly, and the hatred in the depths of his eyes could not be completely concealed. Ling Tian sighed in his heart. It seemed that he had offended this senior brother. He could guess that Yi Sun, taking the initiative to hold his hand, was definitely not a brainless idiot who fell in love with him at first sight. There was love at first sight in this world, but in the mortal world, what counted was the face and the watch on the wrist. In this world, what counted was one's cultivation, talent, background, and identity. After all, according to convention, cultivators were not ugly. He had never heard of a young master of a holy ground or an ancient clan descendant who was ugly. Ling Tian had not shown any talent at all, but Yi Sun took the initiative to hold his hand. There could only be one reason. She was most likely using him as a shield. Killing intent flashed in Ling Tian's eyes. "Senior brother, I heard that junior apprentice brother is going to ascend the Myriad Swords Immortal Road in 3 days. Let me give junior apprentice brother a word of advice. That road is not something that anyone can ascend. There are even some Soul Sea Realm junior apprentice brothers who were crushed by the sword intent emitted by those myriad divine swords when they entered the immortal road." Yu Yuntian sneered. The meaning behind his words was already quite obvious. "You're just a piece of trash with no spiritual power. Aren't you courting death by going to the road of heavenly ascension? Know your place and stay away from junior sister, Sun. Why don't you go back to Ling people and be a salted fish prince? Why did he have to learn from other trash and challenge the path to immortality? Haha, thank you for your reminder, senior brother. Ling Tian will definitely keep in mind." Ling Tian's face sank. How could he not hear the mockery in Yu Yuntian's words? With Ling Tian's Tao of the Sword, he might be able to kill his eldest senior brother, who was in the middle stage of Paong. But who knew who was standing behind this eldest senior brother? What kind of background did he have? Ling Tian had always been patient and prudent when doing things. Before he had enough strength, he would try his best not to make enemies with others. If it were Ling Xiao, he would have slapped Yu Yuntian so hard that even his father wouldn't recognize him. It seems that junior brother Ling is quite confident in yourself. Then I'd like to see how long you can last on the road of heavenly ascension in 3 days. Yu Yuntian sneered. Fine, since you're courting death. Don't blame me for not reminding you. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared. On the other hand, Yi Sun frowned and looked at Ling Tian with some guilt. "Senior sister Sun, are you still not planning to let go?" Ling Tian sighed. He had just arrived at the 10,000 Swords sacred ground and did not expect to cause so much trouble. Moreover, these disciples of the sacred ground did not avoid mocking and looking down on him at all. Previously, when he was in Ling people, although he knew that everyone looked down on him, they still talked about him in private. But now, for the first time, Ling Tian actually felt that his own kennel was more comfortable. "Ah, I'm sorry, junior brother Ling. Yi Sun blushed and hurriedly let go of Ling Tian's hand. Her jade-like hands rubbed the corner of her clothes, and there was no longer the cold arrogance in front of Yu Yuntian. "Junior brother, just now, I intentionally told senior brother Yu that it's impossible between us. I didn't want to make things difficult for you, but it was just a coincidence." Ling Tian looked at Yi Sun meaningfully. The trace of hatred in his heart dissipated a lot when he saw the panic and guilt in the girl's eyes. It seemed that Yi Sun was not a prostitute. She might really be tired of Yu Yuntian. "It's okay, senior sister. Hee, junior brother, you're so obedient. Let's go. I'll take you on a tour of the 10,000 Swords sacred ground. Also, The road of heavenly ascension is not as scary as senior brother you said. Back then, I was at the peak of the Xianqing stage and finally received the summons of the Zhuxia sword. Yi Sun waved her hand, and a green ancient sword suddenly appeared in her hand. A terrifying spiritual wind suddenly blew between heaven and earth. In the depths of the mountain range, there was also the sound of a sword soaring into the sky. What a terrifying ancient sword! Chapter 161. Junior Brother? Junior Brother? Yi Sun was surprised when she saw the desire in Ling Tian's eyes. Could it be that this junior brother was really after the evil sword? However, no way. That sword and his own sword were, however, Yi Sun was relieved after thinking about it. The celestial eradication sword was at the end of the path of immortality. With Ling Tian's cultivation base, it would be difficult for him to reach the top. When she was on the path of immortality, although she was only at the profound pure stage, she had already comprehended the Tao Law. Moreover, her Tao Law energy was special and could be put to good use on the path of immortality. Even so, she could not reach the end and obtain the evil vanquisher when she was 10 steps away from the peak. As for Ling Tian, he did not have any spiritual energy in his body. Even if he could hold on for a while, he might not be able to go far. Her words of consolation were more like encouragement for the young man. "Ah, senior sister, why don't you bring me to the path of immortals first?" Ling Tian woke up from his thoughts and looked at Yi Sun. "All right, let's go." Yi Sun did not think too much about it and walked toward the peak of the sacred mountain of immortals. On the other hand, Ling Xiao held Nian Qingyun's hand as they walked down from the peak of the Setting Sun Mountain. The Setting Sun Divine Mountain, which was originally bustling with activity, was now completely deserted. The conflict between the Qin clan and the Cloud Millet Celestial Sect had reached a point where it could not be resolved. With the prestige of the two supreme Taoist orthodoxies, they would not let this matter go so easily. At this moment, many of the ancient sect's powerhouses could already sense the impending storm. However, young Master Ling Zhao's actions today could be said to be of noble character and unquestionable integrity. Many of the monstrous geniuses who used to criticize this young master of the Ling clan had changed their minds and became his most loyal lackeys. "My wife, between Qin Lung and Ma Liang, who do you think is lying?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly as he turned to look at the beautiful figure beside him. "I think you're the one lying." Nian Qingyun snorted, a hint of hesitation in her beautiful eyes. "Oh, why do you say that?" Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, but the corners of his mouth raised a trace of inexplicable playfulness. "That's right, normally, the two supreme Taoism factions would not fight each other just because of the fortune. However, the ingenuity of Ling Zhao's plan was that he allowed Ma Liang and Qin Lung to personally witness the entire process. In this way, even if the two of them were abandoned and had their souls searched, it would only make the experts of the two clans believe that the other side was the one who attacked first. Although I don't know what method you used, the relationship between the Cloud Grain Immortal sect and the Qin clan has always been good. If it's a fake, they will definitely find out. I advise you not to play with fire." Of course, Nian Qingyun wasn't sure that Ling Xiao was behind this. However, based on her understanding of the successor of the Ling people, such a shameless method was definitely his doing. Moreover, with Ling Zhao's character, he would absolutely be willing to see Qin Lung die at the hands of the Cloud Grain Immortal sect. So why put on an act to save him? There was definitely something fishy going on, but Nian Qingyun hadn't guessed it yet. No one knew her husband better than his wife. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled, but there was a hint of grievance on his face. "So, I'm such a person in your heart? Forget it. It's useless no matter how much I explain. Just like you said, with the methods of the Cloud Grain Immortal Sect and the Qin clan, they will definitely find out the truth. I hope that when the time comes, they will be able to prove to you that I am innocent." "You!" Nian Qingyun's pretty face froze. Especially at this moment, the disappointment in Ling Zhao's eyes did not seem to be fake. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. "Everyone can choose not to believe me, but you can't." This sentence was like a devil's that was deeply engraved in Nian Qingyun's heart. She suddenly regretted what she had said just now. After all, this successor of the Ling people was a little shameless, but he was not as despicable as the rumors made him out to be. Could it be that she had wronged him again? "Hey, stop right there." However, just as Nian Qingyun's brows were slightly furrowed and she was starting to panic, suddenly a figure flashed out from the forest and blocked their path. "You gave me a fright." Ling Zhao's body trembled. He almost used his sky demon true form to kill the dog that jumped out. However, in the next moment, his face was slightly dazed. At this moment, what appeared in front of them was actually a white and fat little pig head. However, this little pig head was indeed a pig head, but his body was in the shape of a human, and he looked like a child. Although there was a trace of demonic aura on his body, it was not very strong. So Ling Zhao did not care at all. This sunset sacred mountain was originally a barren mountain and wilderness, and there were countless demonic beasts in the forest. However, this little pig head did not look very smart. Others did not stop him, but he just had to stop him and Nian Qingyun. "Where did this little demon come from? You are courting death." Nian Qingyun's expression turned serious. She was a cultivator of the righteous path, so naturally it was her responsibility to kill demons. Although this little demon looked silly and rather cute, the demonic aura on his body was real. He seemed to have reached the Soul Sea realm. "Who are you calling a demon?" Do I not look like a human?" The little pig-headed demon suddenly panicked. However, when he saw Nian Qingyun's appearance clearly, his face showed a touch of infatuation. Swish! Not only was this little demon not very smart, but he was also a little lecherous. "What did you say?" Nian Qingyun's pretty face turned serious. Just as she was about to kill him, she was stopped by Ling Zhao's hand. "My wife, wait. Nian Qingyun looked at Ling Zhao with some confusion. She naturally felt the killing intent on his body just now. Why did he stop her now? "You look like a human, and you look very much like an ancient almighty. Do you have a name? If not, I will give you one." Ling Zhao smiled and looked extremely gentle. He actually saw 500 providence points on this little demon. Although this amount of providence was not enough to fill the gaps between Ling Zhao's teeth, it was obvious that this little demon would have some opportunities in the future. Okay. The little demon immediately danced with joy. His white and chubby face was full of anticipation. "Let's call you Beiji." Ling Zhao nodded and smiled. The little demon immediately bowed to Ling Zhao happily. "Thank you for giving me a name, young master. When Beiji is successful in cultivation, I will definitely repay young master's kindness today." Beiji imitated a human and said with a serious expression, "Go." Ling Zhao smiled indifferently, but a trace of playfulness flashed in his eyes. Yesterday's cause, today's effect. Although he was a villain, he was not a beast who would kill anyone he could lay his hands on. Moreover, didn't Nian Qingyun always think that he was hypocritical and cruel? In the future, in front of this goddess, he would be a rich lover. 10,000 providence points. When the day comes that Nian Qingyun truly submitted to him. Burp. I'm full. Why do you say he looks like a human? As expected, the coldness on Nian Qingyun's face was replaced by a trace of doubt. Curiosity was the right way to open the heart of a goddess. When a mountain demon cultivates to a certain level, he will ask for a title from the human race. Only then can he step into the next level and truly take on a human form. This little demon looks honest and kind, and there is not a trace of blood on him. Perhaps the good karma I have planted today will bear fruit." Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. A trace of surprise flashed across Nian Qingyun's beautiful eyes. "Beep. The destined woman has changed her mind. Congratulations, host, for increasing your providence points by 100. Villain points by 1,000. Chapter 162. Humph! I didn't expect the famous demonic sex young master to have such a side. Nian Qingyun snorted. Although her tone was sarcastic, there was a faint smile in her eyes. Then she walked toward Sunset City. At this time, Ling Xiao opened the system store and browsed carefully, while Nian Qingyun lowered her guard. "Ha ha ha! As long as I'm happy." Nian Qingyun's expression froze when the two of them reached the gates of the setting sun city. At this time, above the city gate, the three words Sunset City had been changed to Qingxiao City. A wisp of floral fragrance wafted over, and peach trees filled the area as far as the eye could see. Damn! It was autumn, but the peach trees on both sides of the street were full of peach blossoms. That's more like it. Ling Xiao reached out and put his arm around Nian Qingyun's shoulder. His face suddenly became serious. "If one day I become the emperor, you will be the empress of the world. In this world, I will give you everything you want." Boom! It was a very cliché and not very meaningful. But at this moment, Nian Qingyun was inexplicably shocked. He actually changed the name of the city for me. He even said he would give me the world. "Miss Nian, this 10 miles of peach blossoms is not as good as yours." Ling Xiao reached out and took out a red flower from his pocket. It was as attractive as a peach flower. He gently put it beside Nian Qingyun's ear. "You shameless!" Nian Qingyun gritted her teeth and suppressed the ripples in her heart. Then she walked toward the city. Ha! However, at this moment, Ling Xiao did not feel angry at all. In fact, there was even a hint of a sinister smile in his eyes. "Wife, wait for me." "Ling Xiao, how are your injuries?" Nian Qingyun stopped in her tracks. Her expression was extremely cold. At this time, she was very confused. According to her master, she could not fall in love with any man in the world. But now, the more time she spent with Ling Xiao, the more surprises she had, the more she felt that she gradually liked the feeling of being taken care of. This feeling made Nian Qingyun extremely fearful and disgusted. Therefore, she had to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. This way, everything would return to how it was in the beginning. She was still the goddess of the Holy Ji Palace who had a firm mind and was emotionless. As for Ling Xiao, he was just a tool she used to transcend the tribulation and sever her emotions. "Wife, I just went through a fierce battle, and you wanted to kill me. Now that it's late, why don't we do something interesting?" Ling Xiao smiled sinisterly. Nian Qingyun's pretty face flashed with panic. Damn it, this expression again. Could it be that this bastard had drugged her again? Impossible. From that day onwards, she had always been on guard against Ling Xiao. She would never easily consume anything that he took out. But if I didn't drug him, why is this bastard looking at me like that? Could it be that he really thought that he could completely move me with just a few words of love? Ridiculous. Ling Xiao, how dare you insult me? Nian Qingyun's pretty face was slightly cold. Just as she was about to circulate her spiritual power, her eyes suddenly widened. Cultivation! Where did my cultivation go? Could it be that what Master said was true? Once I lost my virginity, my cultivation would be gone? No, it's not like that. Ling Xiao. It must be Ling Xiao. Haha, wife. I forgot to tell you that the flower beside your ear is called Spirit Dispersing Flower. It can seal the spiritual power and cultivation of all cultivators below the divine general level. Ling Xiao grinned. Nian Qingyun suddenly felt as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She fiercely plucked the red flower. It's too late. It will take effect in 10 breaths. However, at this time, Ling Xiao just shook his head and smiled. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Nian Qingyun. Once this flower is touched, your cultivation will be sealed for at least 8 hours. The system's products must be the best. Damn it. Another 2,000 villainous points. You. Don't come over. Let me go. Let me go. Nian Qingyun ran away in a panic. However, with her cultivation gone, how could she escape from Ling Xiao's hands? On the streets of the ancient city, the extras who were playing the zither and dancing were suddenly stunned when they saw the white-robed figure holding Nian Qingyun. They all kept quiet out of fear. Awesome. Young master is really too awesome. Not only did he kiss the goddess of the Taoist palace on the street, but he also directly held her in his arms. What are you looking at? Play the music and dance for me. Ling Xiao shouted coldly. Everyone trembled in fear and played desperately. Ling Xiao, let me go. Let me go. Nian Qingyun was about to cry at this time. What's going on? Why do I always feel like I'm being controlled by Ling Xiao? Why is it that every time I let down my guard against him, this damn bastard will take advantage of it? Let you go? My wife, last time in the Ling people, you took advantage of me when I was drunk and forced yourself on me. Shouldn't we change this time? I'll be the main attacker. That's only fair. Ling Xiao smiled eerily. He ignored Nian Qingyun's struggle and ran directly toward the city, Lord's mansion. What a joke. This country belongs to the Ling people. The city Lord's mansion is not ours to use. At this time, the guards of the city Lord's mansion looked at a figure passing over their heads. A flash of daze flashed in their eyes, and then it turned into anger. Damn it! Who dares to trespass into the city Lord's mansion? One of the guards rippled. He was a divine general expert. Do you want to die? However, just as he turned around and was about to chase after the figure, another person beside him slapped him hard in the face. You dare to hit me. The divine general expert was the leader of the guards. At this time he was completely stunned. What's wrong with this world? Someone dared to trespass in the city, Lord's mansion in the Ling people's territory. Even his own subordinate dared to slap him. However, just as he was about to fly into a rage, the person in front of him looked into the distance with admiration. That's Lord Ling Xiao. Gulp. The divine general expert trembled all over and almost fainted on the ground. That slap felt a little good. Ling Xiao, let me go or I won't let you go. Nian Qingyun gritted her teeth. However, her cultivation had dissipated and she had no strength to resist at all. Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately lowered his head and looked at the beautiful face in front of him. A gentle smile immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. My wife, you're talking as if you'll let me go if I let you go now. You. Nian Qingyun was furious. She opened her mouth and bit Ling Xiao's shoulder hard. However, Ling Xiao was the true body of the sky demon. How could he be hurt by a woman's bite? He immediately pretended to be angry and grinned. The coldness in his eyes made Nian Qingyun feel her lower body suddenly tighten. My wife, you've completely angered me. Tonight, I'll punish you well. No, no. Nian Qingyun's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. For the first time in her life, she felt what despair was. Chapter 163. Lord Ling Xiao is here. Quick, quick, open the door to the master suite at the back of the palace. The city lord's mansion was in chaos. Ling Xiao carried Nian Qingyan all the way to a beautifully decorated hall at the back of the palace. "Wife, are you ready? I'm going to start." Ling Xiao grinned. Then, ignoring the killing intent in Nian Qingyan's eyes, he directly reached out and tore her white dress apart. As the saying goes, a pair of lovers on a bed of mandarin ducks, like pear blossoms in the rain. For the entire night, the entire hall was filled with the smell of pleasure and decay. Until dawn, Nian Qingyan was sweating profusely. She looked at the youth in front of her with a tired expression. Her eyes were still filled with murderous shame and anger. "You still dare to glare at me?" Ling Xiao supported himself with one hand and lay on his side beside Nian Qingyan. Especially the sadness between the girl's eyebrows. It made him feel indescribably restless. He turned over and pressed down. At this moment, Nian Qingyan was really panicking. More. Sob, 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 sob. Even if there were tears in the corners of her eyes, she was still peerless. "I understand that the love you often speak of is love that I don't understand. No matter how beautiful the fireworks are, it will eventually dissipate. But I am greedy for that moment of brilliance. There was rain on Mount Wu, but it was suddenly because of the wind. This sleep really lasted until the end of time." Ling Xiao stood in front of the palace and looked at the girl who had already fallen asleep on the bed. His eyes flashed with a trace of contemplation. "Love grows with time. What can I do? If I want the destined girl to submit, how can love grow in a short time? If one day is not enough, then 2 days." But Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. In the 8th desolation, glaze God ceiling pagoda, Ling Xiao looked helplessly at the girl in front of him, who was blinking her big eyes with a puzzled expression. A trace of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Just now, he did not feel Feng Ling's aura, but he kept having the illusion that he was being peeped at. As expected, seeing the exhaustion in the girl's large eyes, he guessed that Feng Ling must have not slept for the entire night. "It seems like you won this time. You made your wife cry, and in the end you knocked her out." Feng Ling looked at Ling Xiao suspiciously. In the end, she frowned and said seriously, "However, the way you guys fight is quite interesting. Ling Xiao, when do you want to have a fight with me?" "Pucci." Ling Xiao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Fight around? Little ancestor, I want to, but looking at your appearance, you're at most 13 or 14 years old, right? Am I a beast? Besides, I still don't know who you are. I can reluctantly beat you up, but I'm afraid of the consequences if I beat you up." Wait until you grow up again." Ling Xiao lowered his head and glanced at Feng Ling's chest. He shook his head slightly. Lolis had 3 treasures. They were delicate, cute, and smelled good. But the only bad thing was, grow up again? "Humph, how old are you?" "I'm already 108 years old." Feng Ling put her hands on her waist and said with an unconvinced expression, I'm not talking about age. How about this? In a few days, I'll get you some papaya spirit fruit and ancient barbarian milk. Let's see if it has any effect." Ling Xiao smiled sinisterly, causing Feng Ling's expression to be slightly stunned. "What nonsense! I don't want to eat those things." "No, little ancestor, can you stop peeping at me? Also, who are you? Since you can leave this tower, why did you come back?" Ling Xiao asked the question that had been bothering him. After all, Feng Ling's identity meant a lot to him. Even if this girl didn't show any hostility to him, it was still a threat to have someone by his side who could see what he was doing at any time. With Ling Xiao's temperament, if he could take her down, he would not say such nonsense. However, the problem was that although Feng Ling looked like a little girl, her methods and aura made Ling Xiao feel incomparably fearful. Before he was confident, Ling Xiao did not want to completely fall out with her. He did not want to become her nourishment before killing Feng Ling originally. Ling Xiao thought that since this girl came from the 9th floor, she must have been sealed here. It was even more likely that the bone of unknown origin had developed a spiritual intelligence and transformed. However, since she could easily walk out of the god ceiling tower, it proved that his guess was wrong. Then who is she? Even if Ling Xiao had the eye of nirvana, he could not see any clues. It was obvious that this girl had exceeded the settings of this world. Why should I leave? This is my home. Also, I didn't peep at you. I'm not a scoundrel like you. I just wanted to find you to play. Feng Ling snorted coldly and disappeared in an instant. You. Ling Xiao smiled helplessly. He was really helpless. To think that he, the great villain demon king, the son of destiny, the daughter of providence and the daughter of providence, was helpless against a little girl of unknown origin. He was afraid that someone would scold him again. Also, you're really bad. You actually did such shameful things. However, you're quite good at pretending. It's quite fun. Feng Ling's voice came from the void, scaring Ling Xiao so much that he almost collapsed to the ground. This damned little girl, as expected, she could see everything. No, he had to think of a way to block her divine sense. Divine sense? Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly flashed. His soul palace was formed by the ancient Panga stone. It could naturally block others from peeping. He did not restrict this girl's movements. Wouldn't it be fine as long as he placed the 8 desolation glazed pagoda in his soul palace? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sinister smile. Feng Ling, this girl, was very stubborn. She said that she did not peep. Even if her divine sense was blocked, she would not find trouble with him. Otherwise, wouldn't he be slapping his face? You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.